I'm sorry. I just unmuted myself and then I like accidentally hit the microphone with my hands. I'm very sorry. Is the music fine or is it too loud? I turned it up a little bit. It's kind of loud for me. Dude, this headset is so dumb. You know, I swear it has like a touch thing, but it never works when I'm touching it. So I'm like I'm just doing this thing here, and people think I'm an idiot. It's like, what the fuck's she doing? Why is she stroking her headset? But it just doesn't work when I touch it. When I touch it on accident, then it works. Then it will do all of the functions that it has. But yeah. Hey guys, what's up? How are you doing today? This song's too sad. Skip. Yeah. We just had a German song. Okay, it's better. Alright guys, so the plan for today is that we are gonna play in Plus. And we're gonna do an M Plus Bootcamp again, this time with the one and only Growl, the Waffle Cat. The question is just, is Growl gonna show up? It's gonna be the question for today. He did message me yesterday at some point, and he was like, I got a chance to check out your collabs with Tattles and now Mirrors, so I got a better idea on what you're looking for. Let me know if there are any topics or dungeons specifically you want to cover on Tuesday. So I answered his question. I was like, yeah, so these and that dungeon and blah, blah, blah. And then I asked him when he's going to be around today. And since then, he did not answer. I asked him this question yesterday at 6 p.m. He hasn't answered since then, so maybe he's asleep. Maybe he's been sleeping since yesterday, 6 p.m. We will see. We will see if the cat shows up or not. Honestly, the cat does what the cat wants to do, you know? You shouldn't be questioning the cat. It shows up precisely when it wants to show up. So, yeah, we'll see. I'm just gonna play a Plus till then. Where does he live? Why you think it matters where Growl lives, Lime? Do you think Growl cares about the time of the day? Game hour transcend time zones, exactly. There are no times if you're a gamer. I don't think he has a clock. Yeah, I don't think he has a clock or access to daylight. So the time of the day is completely irrelevant to the Waffle Cat. Well, anyway, in the meantime, while we wait for Growl to appear or not appear, we'll be playing some Plus. And I'm going to be drinking my double espresso shakerado and complain about Blizzard and the game like a normal retail player would. I'm just doing my duty of a 2 months into patch retail player. Imagine how miserable our life would be if we didn't hate playing retail but still play it anyway and just complain about it all day. What else would we do? It would be horrible. Anyway, so what are we complaining about today, guys? Anything in particular you want to complain about? We're talking about a clip of his peak performance. Okay. All right, let's take a look at him. Let's take a look at Graal's peak performance here. I do want to make sure that my coaches are top notch. I only get the best players on my stream to coach me. So let's see what my coach does here. Wait. My sound's still fucked. Shit, I did not fix the sound. I thought it would just fix itself when I restart my PC. Turns out it did not fix itself. Okay, wait, before we watch this, I have to fix my sound. But I hate when things don't fix themselves. Why don't they do that? Okay, let me see it. All right, so output device. Is it not plugged in? No, then it wouldn't show up if it wouldn't be plugged in. So it is here. This is very confusing. I'm going to let you listen to music in the meantime. Okay, I honestly don't know what this could be. I'm so confused. So I'm routing... So all of the audio that I'm routing through my secondary channel is not being picked up. But the secondary channel is showing up on my PC, which means it's there. Which means it's plugged in and it's being recognized. But if I route anything through that channel, it's muted. It doesn't show up on my audio interface either. I mean, the channel shows up, but there's nothing coming through. And no, it's not muted. Well, fuck. I don't get it. I am trying to think to... like, I'm like, what do I try? But I can't think of anything. This is too complex. This must be a very complex issue. What if we just plug it, unplug it and plug it in again? Alright, so... Oh! Wait, I think it actually worked. Wait a second, I think it worked. Yeah! Easy for me. Who needs IT people? Just fucking turn it off and on again. It fixes everything. I should work in IT. I should work in IT. People should pay me to fix their sound. Anyway. So. Now that is fixed, let's see what my coach did. As I said earlier, I only invite the best coaches, the best World of Warcraft players. So we'll see what my coach did here.
I know what you're thinking. You're seeing me at the bottom of the meets, and you're like, what could he possibly do to come back from this? Watch
oh, no.
this. What?
Oh my god, this is so good. Oh my god, I have to watch it again. I'm crying.
I know what you're thinking. You're seeing me at the bottom of the meets, and you're like, what could he possibly do to come back from this? Lust.
I can't. Oh, this is gold. Absolute cinema.
Dude, this fight's hard. Like, heroic is just, it just has different timings than mythic. Like, I'm used to mythic. It's just completely different.
Oh my god, it's so good. So. Alright, well, that was good. Thank you for that one, Growl. That was just beautiful. So, what if I do a really quick one-arm bandit real quick? So, for my vault tomorrow. So I can get a good trinket, so I can unequip the shitty trinket that I have. What do you think? Like, super quick. Be curved checking locks. Yeah, okay. They're not checking locks. You could heal it? No, I could not. It might seem like I could heal it because I play a druid class. But I cannot, in fact, heal it. So. What's the rest of my vault looking like? I didn't time very many keys yesterday with mirrors. I only did one key. Dude, I blame mirrors, yeah? I can't believe I only did one singular key yesterday. Goddamn mirrors. What kind of coach makes me time only one key? Skissman, thank you so much. 89 months. Appreciate that. I'll come back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How good is Guardian and the rest of this patch? I assume not very good, considering that Moonkin is being played. But I don't really know. I have no idea. Well, hello, gamer. Thank you so much for 39 months. What's up? 39 months of being annoying. Annoying in the best way possible. Thanks for being annoying, gamer. I appreciate it. Honestly, I need my annoying subs. Imagine everyone would be nice to me. That'd be horrible. I would hate that so much. Oh my god. Cotton is pretty solid in plastic and tank plus 10 and higher. There we go. As in a country with light, people are crazy too. I'm not sure what you mean. Light? You mean daylight? What is it you mean exactly? Oh, I think he means a blackout in Spain and Portugal. I didn't know there's a blackout in Spain and Portugal. I'm sorry, I'm not watching the news. They're depressing. There's a blackout in Spain and Portugal? What happened? Okay, this Naguura did not work out, by the way. Somehow the protein powder I put in this kind of separated from the coffee, and now it's just disgusting. I'm drinking it anyway, though. Oh well. Apparently a rare atmospheric phenomenon caused it. It's interesting, like a solar flare or something. The whole country had no power. Like the whole, like both of the countries. Was it? Okay. Was it like on the exact border though? Or was it like an actual like geographical location rather than a country? Because if it was like exactly Spain and Portugal and nothing like close to it, then that's a bit sus. But if it was like just mainly Spain and Portugal, but also like surrounding areas. Parts of southern France. Okay, yeah, that's what I was. That's what I meant. Part of southern France as well. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, so if it was actually like a geographical like location, then it makes a lot of sense that it would be some sort of, I don't know, atmospheric event, whatever that means. Mallorca was not affected. Okay, yeah. That's crazy though. I can only imagine, or I cannot imagine, the crazy amount of chaos that probably happens. Especially since people didn't know what's going on. Right? Like if there's some sort of storm or like some sort of crazy like thing happening and then the power goes out, then people at least understand what it's from, right? It's like, oh, there's a storm, power goes out. Oh, okay, you know? But if the power just goes out everywhere without any kind of like obvious reason, then it makes sense that people would like absolutely lose their minds. Wait, there was also no mobile data. Wait, there was no power and no internet? Oh, seriously? Ooh. Oof, that's even worse. Oh god, then people couldn't even like... We had that once, actually. So, like maybe like 3 years ago, we had a power outage and we also did not have internet. It all broke. And it was also like this thing where it was just such a strange thing because I really don't know what's going on. And then we also like didn't know what to do, and people kind of like what do you do without internet and without power? It's like, you know, people just like, what the fuck? It only lasted for a day. And it was only, we pretty quickly figured out what it was too. Ish, I think. Yeah, I think it only took like a few hours for us to figure out what it was. Well, actually what happened here, we had, so I lived in a different city then, and that city had speakers every X, like, I don't know, like they had speakers on their streets, and the firefighters would use the speakers to have a message run on those speakers every like whatever amount of time. The message was something like, attention, the power is out because of blah blah blah. Please stay in your apartments. If you need any like help, come to the fire station. Don't panic. Stuff like that. But they only had that in the city, and in the obviously in the towns, there was no such thing. But people were still talking to each other, and it was kind of like the information. Like it's interesting because people think information cannot spread without like the internet and without phones and without power, but it still can very much. Like remember, we didn't have internet. I mean, obviously we had power for a long time, but we didn't have internet for quite a while. And like people just talking to each other spreads information really quickly too. Yeah, you wouldn't think that it would spread this quickly, but like I, for example, I was in my apartment in the city when the power went out, and I stayed there for a little while because I thought the power would come back. You know, like I didn't immediately like leave my house because I couldn't contact anyone. I couldn't call anyone. So I figured, you know what, I'm just going to stay home and wait. But then at some point, nothing happened. I was like, okay, I guess I'm going to drive to my mom's place or to my friend's place. So I just drove to to the town here and they just looked for people. And then initially I didn't find anyone because they were also looking for people. But then at some point, I found somebody, and then we just like talked to each other, and we went to places that had like a backup generator because a lot of places do have backup generators. Like we had a bunch of bars and cafes that had backup generators, so we just went there and talked to those people that were there, and then you know, it's not absolutely impossible to get information across to people.
Cartels are always hiring temp workers.
He stopped streaming 6 hours ago, so assuming a non-degenerate sleeping schedule, it could take a while. He stopped 6 hours ago? Why did he tell me when he's going to be around yesterday? So you're telling me he just ghosted me yesterday? When I asked him when he's going to be around. This guy. Well, we'll see if he shows up eventually. I have to leave somewhat early today because I have to still do so much stuff for fuck. He's still up? Okay, well that's perfect then. And you can just join now-ish. Well, after I'm done with this thing here. Wait, where do I have to go?
Well,
Let's just do this.
Yourself.
Was this the wrong thing? Fuck. Summon me. Oh, that actually does work. All right. What if I just get the trinket? How much do you have to bid for a trinket if it drops and someone else gets it? How much do you have to pay for it? Also, how does paying for stuff work? Can you even trade money, like gold, across realms? First time I ever heard Naguura say the word fuck. Seriously? I say fuck all the time. You must not be watching my stream very much. Really? That's crazy. I do say that word all the time. When you say it, it hits different. Yeah, when I say it, I actually mean it. I feel like I say it a little bit less ever since I've started casting, because when you're casting, you're not allowed to say the word fuck. So, like, I try very hard not to when I'm casting. So, I guess it translates a little bit when I'm streaming as well to not say it all the time. But I say it in real life all the time, too. It's funny how well, it's not even swear words. I guess it's just like, well, yeah, it is swear words. But it's funny how these kind of words transcend, like, languages, you know? Like, when I speak German, I use English swear words. I also use Italian swear words. I guess the one that I use most when I speak German is fuck. I think I say... Yeah, I think mainly just say fuck. I don't think I say anything other than that. Shit, maybe sometimes? I don't think so, though. I guess I use the German word for shit then, which is scheiße. Donnerwetter noch einmal. What about the fun? Yeah, never say the fun. The Italian swear words that... Let me think. What Italian swear words do I use? We just say the very Germanized word of... Puttana is what we always say, I guess. If something doesn't work out the way we want. We do say that. What else do we say? Cazzo. It's always funny because we say it like very German. And I do think when we say it, like South Tyroleans say it, it has a little bit of a different meaning to us than it has to like a Italian person. A little bit at least. Like we use it in slightly different situations, I guess. Balkadia, that's not something I personally say and people around me say. That's more of a Bötzen thing. Like people around Bolzano say that a lot. But people around here where I live don't really say Bocodia. That's not really something I hear a lot here. I think also the more you go towards like the main city, like Bolzano, a lot more people use more Italian words there because there's more Italian speaking people around that area, which means that they will also incorporate more Italian words into their German language too. Here where I live, obviously there's also like Italian around here, but people don't use it as much. One thing that we also say a lot is magari. Magari, people say all the time. It's almost like a German word at this point. Yeah, magari people say all the time. No, that's not a swear word. Magari just means maybe. I guess. Or I wish, yeah. I guess it depends on the context a little. Bad karma. Everything's a swear word if you look angry enough. True. Bad karma. Alright, let's do it. I have to remember that I have the different...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I also need to zoom out my character. My camera. Why are we dying? What happens? Oh. I guess we didn't put in the coin. Phew, I don't know about this group, guys. I mean, I'm gonna stay for another few tries, but... I had a coin? No, seriously? I had a coin? I never had a coin before in my life. You're kidding. I had a coin? How do you see that? To the mode in chat. No, I didn't have a coin. Virgil and missing tool. No, I didn't have a coin. Dude, oh my god. Stop baiting me. Plum Bum, thank you so much for a prime. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, if I have an extra action button, then I'm not gonna miss it. Yeah, if I get an extra action button, I will see that. Thank you, Plum Bum. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Okay, Growl, message me. Hey, Safarox, thank you so much for 19 months. What's up? How are you doing? So I don't know if this is happening with Growl. He just messaged me and he said that he's gonna go to sleep now. But I stopped streaming in 5 hours.
5, 4, 3.
So... I don't know. I know how long Growl is sleeping for, but if he's sleeping for more than 3 hours, then this might be difficult. Rain, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that very, very much. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you had a nice stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're quickly trying to puck Heroic Bandit to make sure we can get House of Cards. Either from the boss or in the vault. What did you guys do today? Which one are we killing? Oh, the middle one, okay. Oh, I have a... Oh, I guess my weaker is just wrong. It says you... Yeah, it really says you have a token. I saw that too. My weaker... If I didn't have an extraction button, like, there's no way I picked up a token. I don't know why my weaker says that. It's strange. We did some keys, timed an 18 workshop, which felt very nice. A third boss is so terrifying, dodging all the gears. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the third boss workshop, I can see how that... that's a bit fucked. All right, guys, we need a backup plan. We need to replace our coach, guys. Growl thought that I might be online a bit later today. Good night, Ray. Good night, good night. We need a backup coach. Ask Kenix. I have Krona tomorrow, but I can still have Kenix today. Well, if he's online. You need to remember, I need a coach like today. Like within the next 5 hours. So it needs to be a person that is actually available right now. And not like some random person that is, you know. The connection in the dark. Dr. J, I mean, it can't be people that are doing TGP. Yeah, they're not gonna take hours out of their day to coach me when they have to practice for TGP this weekend. Yeah. It's like hard. Who's streaming right now? Any M+ streamers online? Crashing in the dark. God, it's cold in here. Vikman, Petko, and Lemike. What, are they playing together now? Like, are they all doing keys together? Or no? I could ask Lemike.
Five, four,
Different groups? Okay, good.
2, 1.
What did we do this time? I think Bearform could have saved that. Yeah, I think so too. I think I should have just went Bearform. I'm asking Lemike.
Lemike. Let me just do it.
Like how I'm opening Lemike's stream and the first thing he says is Lemike. That's the kind of person he is. He's like, he's speaking of himself in third person all the time.
Fix it.
What is Lemike gonna do today? I'm messaging him. Wait.
Or
Oh.
new string. Boom.
I'm gonna put him on the spot.
Okay, nice. This is let's do it like this. Wish I could say I have a kid because we're all going to pieces. How the fuck? That's funny actually. We play this. No, it's not this. It was this. It was this. This
See what he
was
says.
I liked a lot. Hey, so my M+ coach forgot to sleep and it's not gonna make it to my coaching session with Pan. You want to be the backup coach by any chance?
Oh, I'm gonna get rejected,
Yeah.
guys. What? He said yeah!
When is it? Is it today?
Wait, we're pulled!
Today, yeah, okay. In an hour already, okay.
We can also do later.
What is it all about?
I like it. He said yes first, and then he said, what is it about? I love this. This is great. Lemike is the best. At first he agreed, and then he's like, wait, what is it we're doing?
Here we go. Boom.
Guys, we got a backup coach. Let's go. Tom, thank you so much for 3 months. What's up? Welcome back. Bevor schlecht wird, der Price haben. Dankeschön. Ja, besser verbrauchen, bevor schlecht wird. Ich müsste meinen auch mal benutzen, glaube ich. Ich habe bestimmt einen.
Floodgate. Oh shit, we're about to game.
Ja. Guys, I missed a pool and now I'm not visible on the damage meter.
Oh, I see.
Guys, I think we're not gonna make it. Fuck.
You basically play M+. Is that what it is?
Okay, wait. I'll explain it to him.
Oh, it's a screen share thing. Oh shit.
Let me just make sure I figure out how to do dungeons as a ranged player. Hey Swiftlight. Wahrscheinlich, weil du Tab drückst oder weil du irgendwas anklickst aus Versehen. Oder irgendein Makro wahrscheinlich. Makro kann auch sein. Make a second channel, Prime Sub on second channel songs. Ooh. The infinite money scheme. At some point, I also have to do like the PC specialist thingy. Somebody remind me to do that. Maybe before I do the coaching session with Lemike. Before we do the bootcamp. Thank you, girls. Oh, Vombat. Yeah, maybe it's that one. I've never heard of that before. But that could be it. Sounds like it could be it. This song is so nice, but it's so sad. But it's so nice. It's a struggle. Oh. I got hit by my own fire. Whoopsie. Oh my god, there's 2 candles. Which one's mine? No! Oh my god, I got knocked out of my out of my coin. It's so yum. I'm not getting dispelled. Oh, we have a bad spawn. Oh. Oh my god. Why is this boss still so high HP? Like, that's not how much HP this boss is supposed to have, I think. At this point in time. Or am I wrong? I don't know. Shit, I didn't get either of those buffs. Whoa. Wait, we lost it? Were we supposed to do that? Whoa. Where are my coins? Oh, ma pierre. Snuck is so annoying. I don't even arrest a guy. Okay, we did. This is it, guys. I'm getting the... Wait, how much money do you have to... Guys, how much money do you have to... How much gold do I need to pay? For the House of Cards? If somebody gets it, how much do you have to bid? 250k? Do you think that's enough? Oh, we didn't get it. Shit.
Do you have any idea how much
Shit.
that thing costs? I'm gonna take it out of your sorry green hide, Gaslow.
Ah, okay, whatever.
We struck a knife. Come on.
Oh well. Probably 500k. Yeah, maybe.
The cartels are always
Maybe I get it in the vault. Wait, no, I need to do another boss. Fuck. I forgot. I need to kill 2 bosses. I'm not doing Maxi. I'm doing the first boss. Mythic? Wait. How does Mythic work that? Like, if you kill 2 Mythic bosses, you cannot get any items from the vault, right? It only needs those 2 bosses? Okay, so that's a bad thing. I don't want to do that. Because then I can't get... Then I can't get the trinket, right? So that's a bad thing. I don't want to do that. Every boss before it? Yeah, but it's only the first 2, so... Okay, bad. We don't want Mythic then. We want to kill a rogue boss. Kill the last 2. Yeah, good point. Let me just kill the last 2 Mythic bosses. Good point. I should do that, yeah. Let me just go and kill Maxi and Gallywix real quick. Yes, I'm not raiding anymore. COC, what's that? Whatever, let's just... I just need 1 boss. Summer. Oh, second boss is easy. Fresh heroic, there we go. Do Richard Reverb, he's a very chill guy. He does seem like a very chill guy.
The cartels are always hiring temp workers to pick up.
Okay, let's go for a quick walk so I'm a little bit warmer, because it's cold as fuck. Table, move up. Thank you. Dude, I really need to clean this apartment. Jesus Christ. When I say apartment, I mean the floor. Which I guess is the same thing in the end, but... but the floor is dirty as fuck. Why does Alfie not do his job? Goddamn Alfie. He's my robot. Alfie just doesn't clean the floor, apparently. I don't know what's wrong with him. Did you tell him? No. I mean, I told him just now. He's not listening. This guy never listens. He's my friend. So this is fresh run, so this is like, whatever, I'm not playing still left layer. That's messed up. I'm not doing that. Bit too busy to clean the floor, yeah. I know what to be busy with, but...
Satisfaction recommended. Explosive buckets.
Oh my god, look at me, I have so much, reputation!
Check in real soon.
I'm rich. Yeah, my mom is not cleaning my apartment because I took her key because I had to give it to someone else, and now she doesn't have my key anymore. Usually, like, when she had a key for this thing, she would just, like, randomly when I was gone on holiday or when I was, like, gone somewhere for work or whatnot, she would just be like, oh, yeah, so by the way, I cleaned your apartment. And I was like, it's like, this is the life. Like, you're gone and your mama just decides to, like, clean your shit.
Great. New plan. Take care of her while we check on our cartels.
But I only have 2 keys, and I gave the other key to my neighbor so she could turn the radiators on. I guess since the radiators are turned off anyway, I could get the key back. Since it is summer coming up, I don't think I need any radiators anymore. Dun, 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 dun. Warlock IKEA, please. What does that mean? I've never heard of that before. IKEA? Why is it called IKEA? It's because it's a wardrobe? That is stupid. Since when is that a thing? I do not approve of this. I do not approve. That's not funny. That's stupid. I do not approve, guys. Get with the times? How is that a new thing? There's no way a zoomer says that. If anything, the IKEA thing is a boomer thing. There's no way that the IKEA people are the boomers. Wow, I can't believe you guys are just now all pretending that I'm the old one here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Also, generally, WoW players calling anyone else a boomer is by default already funny, yeah? I think you can all accept that you're a boomer when you play World of Warcraft retail, yeah? Just accept it, okay? Don't project so much. Don't call other people a boomer when you're clearly a boomer yourself. Wait, no way! No way MMO Champion posted that Mr. GM went to California for a Blizzard thing when they didn't actually know that. That's so funny. I already thought it was really funny that people assumed that I am doing some Blizzard thing in LA as well because Mr. GM also went to LA. Which, to be fair, was a very interesting coincidence. I had no idea that Mr. GM was in LA until somebody said that to me about the whole when people were like speculating what I'm doing there, and somebody said that Mr. GM was there too, so it must be a Blizzard thing. Which, to be fair, it makes sense to think that way. Like, it is a pretty big coincidence. And I personally do not believe in coincidences, right? So, like, if I was you, I would also have assumed the same thing. Wait, why did this other person just drop it instantly?
Forget this, I'm out.
Oh wow. Do I have to save my trees here? I guess so.
Forget this, I'm out. Forget this, I'm out.
Beautiful. I guess maybe it would actually make sense to do Muxie as well, because I could get that trinket too, right? Like, it's still better than what I have. Maybe I should have done Muxie as well. Ah, whatever. I don't want to.
Great. And the Bellagio is sealed tight. Clear out Gallywix's cronies and see what can be salvaged. We'll put together something that'll blast the doors off that casino.
It's gonna be a housing teaser with an interview with Mr. GM and Naguura. I got 2 boys. Dun, dun. That's so IKEA. Hey, Bethorm, I'm so glad you enjoy watching my stream while working, and I'm glad it's chill enough for you to watch it and actually still work, which might or might not be a compliment. I don't know. She's standing still, we're the ones walking. It's all relative. Uh-huh. Think about that one. Okay, so now we have a vault, which is all we need. We need a singular vault to get our House of Cards. This is all we need, guys. And now we're going to go back to M+. See if we can use all of the knowledge that we gathered from Mirrors and Tattles so far. Oh, I wanted to check talents. I never did. Let me actually check what the other Moonkins are playing. Let's take a look. Alright, it's playing the same thing as I'm playing. Good. Very good, very good. Good to know. Alright, let's find a group then. Maybe we can get some IO before Lemike joins me. What's the easiest IO we could get? I guess anything. Oh, they need Bloodlust. Anything on a 16 other than Motherload. Man, all of these groups already have a Moonkin. You're starting your Moonkin today? Nice, good luck. So first, Loon's Chosen on lower keys, or should I stick to Keeper of the Grove until I reach higher keys? It doesn't matter, you can play whatever you want. Since you play Loon's Chosen on higher keys, you might as well just stick to... That's what I would do at least, I guess, if I were you. You know, since you're coming back to Moonkin, I guess, I would just play Loon's Chosen. Because you play, as I said, you play it on higher keys, so you don't have to switch back and forth. Obviously, in lower keys, like, it would be nice, like, in theory, if you need a little bit more burst, it would make more sense to play Keeper, but just get used to Loon's Chosen, in my opinion. I honestly don't feel as squishy anymore as I used to. I don't know. Like, I think there's some defensive stuff we got that we got a little bit of a buff. I don't think, I don't really know exactly what kind of buffs we got, honestly, when it comes to defensive mode. But, it definitely feels a little bit better. I don't know what really changed. Because, like, I don't know, like, the previous seasons and in Dragonflight, I felt so incredibly squishy. Like, I hated it. But now it definitely feels a little bit better, I think. I haven't done really high keys, though. I guess, like, my highest keys is, like, you know, 16, 15 and stuff. So I don't know if it's a lot worse in higher keys. I guess there's some healers where I feel a little bit less safe, usually. Yeah, I think that is true. Sometimes I feel like I'm not going to heal as much. But I'm not sure if there's like a specific, like if there's a player issue or like a class issue. There's a little bit more physical damage this season, I guess, yeah. I guess the fact that there's more physical damage definitely helps us Moonkin players out quite a lot. Yeah, whatever the cutoff is right now for rank 1 title is completely irrelevant. Because we're going to get more item level and more power, so the cutoff is going to be a lot higher than what it is right now. In fact, once they increase the cutoff, once we get the better gear and stuff, the keys are also going to change. Maybe even the meta. It's possible that the meta changes. The reason why is because we're going to get more powerful damage-wise. And maybe it's going to shift a little bit towards defensiveness. It's possible. It's possible that the keys at some point become a little bit more about utility and defensive skills and stuff compared to damage, because we gain a lot of damage, but we don't gain a lot of survivability. So if once we do like much higher keys, well, I'm not gonna say they're gonna be much higher, but once we do higher keys, it's possible that people are just gonna bring more defensive classes, or maybe even like something like a Nog Evoker, I don't know. What would be your 3 DPS prediction in that case? I don't know. I do not know anything about class balance at the moment. I really don't know. I'm just saying that like the shift towards maybe something more defensive. So basically it could be any class that does a lot of damage, but also synergizes well with the rest of the group, and also is like tankier than what we have right now. But what that is, I don't know. I mean, obviously, Aug Evoker would be giving the most defensives, but I don't know if that would make sense damage-wise. I don't know how Aug Evoker is at the moment. If you drop the Moonkin, which is possible, then you need to bring another Druid, though, for Mark of the Wild. So I guess technically, and I don't think you replace the Vengeance Demon Hunter, right? So it would be something like Vengeance Demon Hunter, Rest of Druids, Unholy DK, Aug Evoker, Mage? I don't know if that makes sense. If that makes sense, that would be a comp that is definitely better when it comes to survivability, for sure. So if you need to do that, which, again, I'm not really sure if that's happening, but if you need a more survivability-focused comp, then that would be it, I guess. While keeping damage still high. But it depends how good Aug Evoker is, because I don't really know, like, damage-wise. Because if it's really shitty damage-wise, then people aren't going to run it. Then you're going to figure out some other way to survive. Hey, Hannah. Thank you so much, Hannah. Oh, my God. And every time Hannah comes in, I'm just a happier person. Guys, take notes from Hannah here, okay? Everyone be as nice as her. And as funny as her. I guess you can't. Sorry, guys, but the bar is set really high. I don't think anyone can be as awesome as Hannah. Sorry. Hey, Sina. Seeing you and Bajira rolling around on the Spacewalker all day convinced me I needed one too. Just put down an order. Nice. I hope you like your Spacewalker. Yes, I don't even have to try that. Wait a second. God, I have like bad memories of Floodgate. When I did the thing with Tattles and I like depleted the key for hours on end. Yep, exactly, Gaming Boar. You get it. Oh! There it is, guys. Our priest is pissing. I am having a good day so far, Jade. I hope you have a good day too. Except the fact that earlier I had to wait 1 hour at the post office because the post office person forgot to give me back my... Yesterday I went to the post office and it took forever, so I was waiting around until I finally was my turn. And then all I did was ask if they could send the mail that went to my old address, if they could redirect it to my new address, so I don't always have to go back and pick stuff up. So at first, like, he had no idea what the fuck's going on, because apparently he was like new, I don't know. And then he had to ask the other person, and then she didn't really like tell him, and then it was all confusing, and like half an hour later they somehow managed to figure out what kind of document I have to fill out, and then he needed my ID and my like text number and blah blah blah, and then like at some point he's like, okay, we're done, and then I left. And I thought as I left, like, I thought you'd have to pay for this, like this kind of service to redirect the mail. Like, I thought I read somewhere that it was a paid service, but I didn't have to pay anything, so I was like, I guess it's not something that I pay. So anyway, I come home yesterday and there was a piece of paper stuck to my mailbox at home. So I read it and it says, Miss Caroline Forer, please come to the post office to pick up your tax ID card and to sign some documents. So apparently the guy that took my like tax card with the tax ID on it forgot to give it back to me. So he kept my ID basically. And there was apparently another document that it didn't sign. So I got there today. And all I had to do was pick up this fucking card that he kept and sign this document that I didn't sign yesterday because he forgot about it. But I had to wait like 45 minutes at least. I was sitting in his post office until like it was my turn because he was like walking around like doing boxes or whatever. And I don't know. So I was just standing around forever. And finally, at some point, I was like, hey, I need to just pick up my tax ID. A lot of people left, by the way, as we were waiting. Like, there's like 3 people in front of me, and they all left because they were waiting for so long. And then it was finally my turn. I got my tax ID back. I had to sign some other document. It took forever still. And then I had to pay like 27 euros for this whole thing. And I was like, really? You're making me pay for this? First you keep my ID,
4,
then you like let me wait for like 2 hours in total, and then he also make me pay. Okay, I see. Oh, sorry, I don't know Walt. My team, they spoke to me and I didn't see. Oops. I didn't mean to don't know all you guys. I'm sorry. Nice. I really like this priest. Hey, Glinston Pebble, thank you so much for 16 months. What's up? Alright, so we now know how the harpoon thing works. You guys are a great teacher, Miris. I'll repeat it one more time to see. I guess let me repeat everything since we are doing like a boot camp, and I don't have a coach here right now, but for me to repeat everything out loud, it's gonna be good. So these divers, they cast a harpoon which grips a person in, and they also throw bombs at their location. The bombs are usually not a problem at all; they don't explode, but obviously if you touch them, they will kill you or like do a lot of damage. And the way you'll touch them is by getting gripped. But the way they work is that they have some sort of like internal AI, which means that they will not cast a grip at the same time if you have multiple divers. They will basically only ever cast one at a time. So the grip only happens like every 20 seconds or so, which means that you don't need a lot of interrupts for it. So even if you have like 10 divers, you can interrupt all of the grips really easily. Because they don't like cast all at the same time. They all just like do one after another basically. That's how those work. Then, the architect is the one with the nail gun that roots you in place and does the bleed on you. And he also has the scaffolding that he casts once in a while, and when he does the scaffolding, he will jump on top of it, and he'll take less damage, I think. It's a damage reduction. So you have to finish off the scaffolding before you can kill the guy. Right? Yeah, I think so. It looks like we're doing the two boys first. The contractors do nothing, as far as I'm aware. And the contractors... Yeah, the contractors just hit the tank, I believe. So they don't do much. So now he's casting this, like, scaffolding again. So we have to just cleave off of that thing. Oh, I interrupted it. I disrupted it instead of interrupt. So they cast it again. Alright, so then the 3K shredders, they just put these like things in the ground that are like on players. Oh, my trinkets put me in combat. I'm just gonna shut them out.
Welcome to the...
You guys stay right where you are. It's playtime. Playtime!
Well, anyways, since we're not doing trash, I'm explaining the boss. Alright, so these guys do not share HP, but they have to die at the same time. If they don't die at the same time, then they'll like get a stacking, like, buff kind of thing. Oh, that didn't hit either of them. Oh well. We should still be able to hit them all anyway. I'll do this one first. Yeah, we got them all. So yeah, if they don't die at the same time, then the mob that is still alive will get a buff, doing more damage that stacks up. So it's not the end of the world, but eventually it will probably kill you. And then obviously we have the like smally guy, the one that just kind of shoots and puts these lines out. And then we have the bronze guy, who you have to use to clear the bombs with by using these charges. And also the debuff. So with the charges you can clear the bombs by aiming the boss through the bombs. But then you also have this magic debuff that is dispellable. Once you do get dispelled, you get knocked into the air, and you also clear the bombs, right? And the debuff actually does quite a lot of damage. So you gotta be a bit careful with it.
I'll get him, boss.
Oh god. So if you get the debuff on you, you need to make sure, well, I guess the only thing that is really important in this boss is the bombs. So you want to make sure you always kind of pay attention where the bombs are, especially so you don't have to react when you get an ability on you, like either the charge or the debuff, right? Because like if you don't look at where the bombs are and then you get targeted by the charge, it's gonna be strange. And you might not make it and aim it correctly, right? So the one thing you want to do here is you want to make sure that you just keep track of where the bombs are, so you don't get surprised by an ability, any like the dispel or the aiming of the charge. You can already move towards the bombs as well in anticipation of potentially getting the charge on you, right? Okay, apparently you also have to pick this up to stop the things from happening, which we didn't do last time. Hey Anders, I'm good. How are you doing? The third charge always goes to attack. I didn't know that. Alright, that's good to know. Alright, so this is this pool where you have the demo, and this demo guy just does not move. You have to grip it. Okay, wait, let me try to explain. So, the snipers, the demolitionists, they have like a really long channel and they don't move. They keep channeling like reloads, and they channel like this big like AoE cast that spawns the big puddles on the ground. The reload that they're casting right now is a really long cast, and you can disrupt it, and if you disrupt it, they'll just cast it again. So basically, if you keep disrupting the reload, they'll just not do anything. Now, it's not the end of the world if you don't disrupt it, because all they do is cast these big red puddles that you can see on the ground right now if you don't disrupt the reload. And that's it, you just dodge them, right? But ideally, you just disrupt the reload permanently, and then you never have to dodge this. Then you have these inspectors who jump behind people and cast like this frontal cone. You can stop this by gripping them back in, or by using something like Vortex, so they jump back. Otherwise, you just need to make sure that you're not standing in the frontal if you don't have a disrupt for it. And the soldiers, I forgot what they do. I think the soldiers are just like something on the tank. Like an absorb or something on a tank, I think. It doesn't really do anything to non-tank people, I think. So it's not that bad. Alright, and then this boss... and the basic idea of the boss is that once you kill all of the ads from the boss, then the boss takes extra damage and gets into the damage phase. So you want to make sure you finish off these mecha drones to make sure the boss faces. And there's actually also like a little bit of like a soft end rage. Like if you don't kill the ads fast enough, then at some point the boss will start like channeling, like get a shield, and he will start doing like AoE to everybody. So you want to make sure that you kill them in a certain time frame. You don't want to overkill them either, because of course you want damage for this phase 2 where the boss takes extra damage. But you do want to make sure that you kill them fast enough so you don't get into this extra damage phase. So people that are really good at like killing them, like for example Moonkin, I guess, would be good at killing them. Should probably just AoE here and use cooldowns there if you need. One more thing to note is like they target people, like as you can see here, like they kind of jump around the place. Like they will target a person and then like go in a straight line towards them in a certain direction. Like here. So it's a thing you have to dodge, but then it's also like a positioning thing as well. And it's not like they're not grippable or seeable, so sometimes the ads will just be really far away and they won't be getting as much damage. You can make sure you position yourself a little bit better to make sure they always come back to the boss eventually, right? But sometimes a bit difficult. We just were a bit slow, so the shield was up, like the one that made us take more damage. But we survived, thankfully. And then these ads also cast like an ability once in a while. And if you don't interrupt that ability, you basically wipe. Like it just is a huge amount of AoE damage that channels. So the ads definitely need to be interrupted. If one tick goes through you, you're probably fine. Like it's not an instant wipe mechanic. It's just like I'm channeling AoE damage on you kind of ability, and obviously with all of the other things on top of that, you're just gonna die. And then the last mechanic is this like sonic boom. It's just like this big circle that gets channeled onto a person. Not channeled, like casted. And once the cast finishes, it will like throw out this big circle. And the circle, if it hits you, does damage and silences you. So you want to make sure that you're not like super radically like moving around with it so other people can move away. And you want to move away a little bit from the boss because it shoots out from the boss. So if you stand really close to the boss, it's going to be much harder for you to dodge it yourself. If you go a little bit away before the cast finishes, then you're going to be able to dodge it yourself as well. Dragosania, thank you so much for a Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Hey, Moomin. Yes, I'm back from the US. Alright, so now we do the big pull, I guess. Oh, we're not pulling them up? I guess we're doing it separately, okay. I don't think I want to use Incarn here though, because I want it for next pull, right? Oh, the sniper casts the trick shots, and those ones you actually want to interrupt, I think. But they don't cast them very often. I don't know what it does, like AoE damage? Oh, it does single target damage at a player. Okay, I see him. It just went on the mage. Okay, and then these loader bots, they fixate people and do that wind up. It's just like a whirlwind they do. And I mean, it's pretty easy to dodge if you're ranged. If you're melee, then maybe not so much. Nothing. Oh, they shoot ricochets. Okay. Good to know. Thank you, guys. So, it ricochets. Okay, so then this Blood Warper is like a bad guy. He does like a big AoE channel kind of thing. This one here. The Warp Bloods. So he just shields himself and like does damage. And then he does this Blood Blast that needs to be interrupted. And here you still have these Demolitionists, the ones that I said earlier that have this like really long reload cast that you can disrupt at the end and then they'll recast it. And then there's a Sniper who does the trick shot. And he shoots random people, I guess. We need to finish up this Blood Warper. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so the Blood Warper does the AoE and also puts an Absorb on people as well, so it can be pretty bad, I guess. No, I don't have really good gear, actually. I have pretty bad gear, in fact. Okay, so then these guys, they do like a AoE channel that can only be disrupted. This jettison thingy. And then they have a heal. The heal, if it goes through, can actually be dispelled. Like perched. Oh. But here for these you just need like an AoE disrupt rotation, I guess. Like, you want to make sure not everyone uses their AoE stuff at the same time. Here, my trinkets. Don't laugh, okay? Hey, I said don't laugh. Alright, so this boss, I mean, this boss is pretty straightforward. I don't think there's much to really say about this. You just get linked to another person and you just perma take damage, and then once in a while the boss also casts like an AoE. Does even more damage, and usually, not usually, it always overlaps with the paddles coming out. So always when you have to dodge the paddles, the waves, you also take AoE damage from the boss more. One thing to note, I guess, is that the healer is never linked. Since you're linked with another person, it's obviously 2 pairs of 2. Which means that one person is not linked, and it's always the healer that is not linked, unless somebody else is dead, of course. So the healer technically can sit in like a different position, so it doesn't have to move you don't have to move as much, in theory, if you want to. Because obviously the frontal and stuff is targeted, so I guess if you stand a little bit further away, you wouldn't have to move as much as if you stand in a camp. But then I guess a lot of healers also have like AoE healing and stuff around them, and so I guess most of them just kind of want to stack anyway. Someone else. Yeah, the healer, if they send someone else, could bait the frontal on them, which would be nice for everyone except the healer. Oh. Someone else. I guess I just walk. Oh, my trinket put me in combat again. Oh, never mind. The stupid trinket! But I'm not in combat. Alright, so here you have this jump starter and the electricians, in addition to the mobs that we already talked about. The jump starter puts these pedals on the ground and does like AoE damage to a group, unavoidable. And then the electricians cast this lightning bolt that needs to be interrupted. Like it's a decent amount of damage that can kill people on top of the AoE from the jump starter. And then they also put a magic debuff onto a player that needs to be dispelled. That can also be dangerous. So jump starter should be the focus because it does AoE damage, right? And then the second most important mob to kill are the electricians. And definitely need to control the electricians, making sure that... I guess a lot of people die to the electricians because a lot of casts are going through and you just die and combo with the other AoE. It's definitely very beneficial to know if the electrician's targeting you, in case you're out of interrupts, right? Then you can get ready and like use a defensive or something. Preemptively. The way you skip the mini-boss is by having... I mean, you can do it in multiple ways, but the most common way is the tank just pulling it, moving it to a corner, and then you just jump and Shadow Melt. So the thing with Shadow Melt, or with skip, like doing Shadow Melt skips like this, is you want to just make sure that you're far enough away when you press Shadow Melt. Because otherwise you're not going to drop combat. So like, for example, if I stand here where I am right now, and I'm the only one in combat with these mobs, if I press Shadow Melt here, I won't drop combat. Like basically, it's the same thing as stealth pull range. Because Bubbles has stealth detection, right? So when you're Shadow Melting, all you do is go stealth. But if you're so close that you would body pull a stealth detection mob, then it's not going to work. So you just have to be far enough away that you wouldn't be body pulling them up. Basically, you know? So you just leap away and you Shadow Melt.
You dare question me? Face annihilation. Working. It's working. Try and die. You dare pit your wits against mine?
Okay, and then this boss is also, I guess, pretty obvious. But he does a big AoE when he spawns the circles, when he goes into the middle and does like the lines. That's where, in theory, you want to use your defensives. But if you don't have a lot of defensives, I would say it's better to save your defensives for when you have the Giga Step on you, which is like the big circle ability. Because that one does a lot of damage. And doing this turbocharge here, where everyone takes damage, everyone takes the same amount of damage, kinda. So the healer is going to use the cooldowns anyway, you know? So I would say if you, like, your big personal abilities should mainly be saved for these, like, big, this Giga Step here that you can see. Now the Giga Step is also, like, basically every ability here, or like a lot of abilities that are in players, they will put these, like, water puddles on, like, current. You can see it changes now, right? So you basically need to use these water puddles to put these saps in to make them disappear. Because otherwise they'll just chase you forever, and eventually once they reach you, they kill you because they stun you and they do damage. So the main purpose of these water puddles is to get rid of the sparks. So you don't necessarily want to electrify the water puddles with other abilities like the Giga Step. The Giga Step, the big circle on you, they also, like, if you're too close to a water puddle, it will electrify it. Now it's not the end of the world, because there's more water puddles than what you need for the sparks. But you still, like, shouldn't do it if you don't have to, right? So as long as you have space, you shouldn't stand close to the water puddles when it's on you. Another thing, I guess, to mention is sometimes you have, like, bad puddles. Like, you see how these puddles here, like these 3 puddles, are kind of hard to reach. Because you need to go behind them to get your spark in, because you need to kite your spark through. So if you have, like, bad puddles, then you kind of want to make sure that if you're a ranged player, then you want to make sure you take one that is somewhat hard to reach, but still reachable. Especially if you have something like Blink. Like, if you're a mage, then it would be nice if you, as a mage player, could blink behind, like, a puddle that is hard to reach. Because there's other players, like the tank and the healer and the melee players, that are not going to have a blink. They're not going to have an easy time going all the way behind puddles, right? So it would be nice if you have the mobility or the ability to move into, like, a bad spot that is hard to reach. Like here, for example. Like, I can walk behind here and take one of these puddles. For a melee player to go all the way behind here is kind of annoying. So if you can take shitty pedals, then make sure you do that to make it easier for other people that maybe don't have as much mobility as you or time as you. Because as a range player, you have all the time in the world to like pre-position yourself, right? While a melee player has to hit the boss, they can't just go all the way to the other side of the room or something. Oh, 70 Prairie. Alright. Well, that was an easy key for us. 0 deaths. Look at us gamers. Unreal.
Found any good treasure lately?
Oh, I got a prairie. Ah, it's only a 15 though.
The cartels are always hiring temp workers to pick up odd jobs. See if you can lend a hand.
Would have been an absolute IKEA if you looted another sap trinket just now. Who needs mirrors? Yeah, we are telescoping. Look at you go. I'm currently walking 3 miles per hour. Non-electrified pedals are safe to walk through. Wait, okay, I did not know that. You need to run around it to get behind it, no? Okay, I had no idea about that. That's good to know. I'm good with doing this. I'm good at explaining things. Because then, if I say something wrong or I'm missing something, you guys can, like, tell me what I'm missing. See, stuff like this, I would never ask this question. Because to me, this is just what I think. Like, for some reason, in my mind, I decided that I cannot walk through water puddles. Like, that was just something that I, at some point, thought is true. And I just kept on having that knowledge, right? So I would never ask somebody this. I would never ask somebody, can I walk through the puddles? Because I just assume you cannot, right? So whenever I do these coaching streams or, you know, when you can have people, like, tell you this stuff, it is so nice because I would never ask this. But it's good to know that you can walk through them. Yeah, you just avoid circling. I guess it's just like a, like kind of a thing that you do in World of Warcraft that is like ingrained in your brain, where it's like, oh, puddle's bad. I thought if you get targeted by the Giga Step, it puts a debuff on you and you can't walk through the puddles. I don't know. I mean, I know that you electrify the puddles if you're too close to them. But I don't know if you can walk through them when you have... I never tried that because I thought you can never touch the puddles, so I never actually touched them. Oh, Stargaze. Okay, so you cannot walk through the puddles when they're electrified. Yeah? So, don't... Wait, so... Wait. So, can you walk through the puddles or not? Did I just get gaslit? Can you walk through them or not? You can walk through any puddle that aren't electrified. Okay, good. Thank you, Arky. So, as long as the puddle is not electrified, you can walk through them. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, so the main thing that you just have to look at is the paddle electrified or is it not? If it's electrified, it's bad. If it's not electrified, it's good. So you can walk through non-electrified ones, and you obviously also need to use a non-electrified one to get rid of your spark. So your spark is like an electric current, and it cannot, like, it doesn't dissipate if it goes through water that is already electrified. it's simple when you think about it, right? It disappears when you cut it through a water puddle that is not electrified, because then the current will electrify the water, and then it's busy doing that instead of chasing you, you know? How many steps a day do you get with the treadmill on the desk? Well, how many you want, like, right? In theory, I could walk on this treadmill for 8 hours the whole day or whatever. But I just do different, like, I don't walk the same amount every day, is what I'm trying to say. So I don't have a number that I can tell you. Sometimes I walk a lot, sometimes I walk a little, sometimes I don't walk at all. It just kind of depends. All right, Lemike is gonna get something to eat, and then he's ready to do some coaching. Very cool. Roxton, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. You could say you could. I actually walked 100 kilometers on this treadmill once within 24 hours. That is true. I did that. Note to self: if Naguura applies to year 16, she's going to be on a treadmill and talking to chat. Did I do something wrong? Like people are always concerned about me walking while playing in Plus and stuff, but I mean, did I make a mistake? Point out what I did wrong then. It's just a note to self. All right, well, I'm glad you're noting it. Thanks for 5 months, Alphonse. Thank you very much. Welcome back. I can make mistakes without walking a treadmill. And I can also make mistakes while walking a treadmill. It feels like it's completely unrelated. Okay, I'm gonna have to be right back 1 second. Give me a moment. So, all right, I'm ready. Ish. Let's sit down first. So I can take in all of the information that Lemike is about to give me. No, I'm obviously not going to run while doing Amflaskis. Like, walking is one thing, because walking you don't have to think about, right? You just do it. It's like a very natural thing that you just do without thinking. You don't have to like use any brain power to think about walking. It just happens. Running, on the other hand, is a different story. That is not as natural as walking. Not to mention the fact that you have a really high heart rate, which makes everything else also just more difficult. Okay, so before Lemike is here, let's quickly do a shout out for PC Specialist. Alright, so I did just quickly want to talk about PC Specialist because they were so kind to actually send me a PC, which is very, very nice of them. And it's also not only a really good PC, but it's also a very pretty PC. So I'm going to show you that beauty. You can see the specs as well, if you're interested. I'm very thankful because the old PC that I had was definitely struggling quite a bit. So I'm very thankful that they sent me the new PC. Streamer privilege striking once more. But yeah, this is the new PC. Look how beautiful it is. Oh, I love it. I love the case. It's very nice. It has this like wooden design, which is super, super nice. I'm a big fan of it. The interesting thing is that they didn't like... They sent me the PC. They didn't ask which case I want or which specs I want. They just sent me this. They're like, here you go, be happy. And I was like, okay. So they sent me this without me choosing anything. And honestly, if I would have chosen the case, I probably would have chosen this one. So I'm very glad that they know me apparently. They know me apparently really well and what I want. So then these are the specs if you're interested. This is the case. And then, of course, everything is very nice. I do have 5080, which is, of course, very cool. And all about it is very cool, so... Yeah, very sweet PC. Huge shout out again to PC Specialist. Then... If you guys want to check out whatever they have, or if you want to buy any parts of a PC, like they don't just sell like PCs like that are pre-built. You can also buy parts and stuff. You can also buy laptops and different kinds of like PC related stuff. So if you're interested in anything like that, then definitely check out their website. See if there's a nice offer for you that you're interested in. And yeah, I have 3 monitors. And if you are going to buy something anyway on the website, because, I don't know, you need something or you found a good offer, then you can use the code Naguura, and you get £30 off of your order as well. So definitely do that to get some, to save some money. And make sure you use the link in the channel below as well to check out the website. It's linked by Stream Elements, by the bot. And yeah, you can put together your PC as well. I mean, obviously, I don't think there's many people that are currently buying a new PC, but if you are, then you can put together your PC here, and you can either like buy one that they put together, or you can like put the parts into the PC. Like you can basically choose individual parts, and they will put the PC together for you. So that is very cool. You can choose the case and like this graphics card and this motherboard and whatever, and they'll just put it together for you, which is nice. Are they EU only? So they are EU based. I will check if they sent to the US as well. Let me see. All right, so the country seems to be only EU. But let me see if they would, in theory, also send to the US. Deliver information. Okay, they want me to enter a postcode, but I don't really know a US postcode right now. But I guess they only have a UK thing. Oh, delivered to Italy. Wait. So if I do this. Oh, no. Here, when you go to the top, it says delivered to. And they have Jersey here, Gibraltar, Andorra, Austria, France, Latvia. Wait, this is interesting. So delivered to Jersey? Wait, what kind of Jersey is this? Jersey's an island? In Europe, oh. It's an island near the US. Oh, hey Anita, thank you so much for 54 months. So I guess they don't deliver to the US. So I guess it's just Europe. Cyprus. Yeah, I don't really see any like US options. Iceland. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. The forums have some very keen people who will comment on your build if you want to choose everything and need advice. Oh, that's very good to know, Croutons. Yeah, that's one of the things that I personally always struggle with, because I'm personally not a PC person. Like, I don't know much about PCs. And people always say, oh, just build your own PC. It's so much better. And one time I made the mistake of having these people actually like convince me to build my own PC. Because I needed a new PC, and people said, it's so horrible to buy a pre-build. Like, it's so much more expensive for no reason. Like, it sucks. You should never buy a pre-build. And so I ordered my own stuff. Actually, like, I asked somebody else to choose parts for me, and then I ordered the parts they told me to order. But then I had to build it myself, and I watched a YouTube video and, like, did it all myself. And then I had so many issues, and it was so frustrating because I wasn't really interested in it, you know? And I totally understand why a person who's interested in PCs would want to build their own PC and do it all themselves. Like, I totally get that. But if you're a person that is not interested in this kind of stuff, it's just going to be a struggle for you, right? Like, I needed to do all of this research and did all of this and watched all these videos. And in the end, I just hated every second of it because I wasn't I just hated it. And the time commitment and everything that I needed to put into it was just such a, it just stressed me out so much. And then it didn't work, and then I didn't know what the issue was, and I didn't know where to start looking where the issue was, and I didn't have anyone to ask. And that was the biggest issue. And ever since then, I always ended up going with pre-builds because, yes, you pay more, of course, for it being built for you. Like, I get it. But you have the support from the people that build it for you. You have, like, a forum, as you said, to, like, ask people from the website. You have a support. If there's something wrong with it, you can ask them. Like, it's just so much easier and nicer if you're not a person that's really into this stuff. And I totally understand that people that are into it would never buy a pre-build. Like, I get that. But for people that are not into it, like, unless you really have the time and effort and you don't mind the stress that comes with it, I always would say, like, just go with a pre-build. Obviously, it's always, like, a cost issue as well. You have to weigh the costs versus rewards. Because if you pay, like, 1,000 euros more because it's a pre-build versus not pre-build, then of course it wouldn't make any sense. But if you only pay like a little bit extra to have that extra support in the pre-build stuff, like, I would always go for that personally. But yeah, just my thing. Like, I would never let myself get convinced again in the future. All right, Lemike is ready. People will put in like 20 to 30 hours of research and building instead of paying like $200 more, which would cost you less if you spend that much time working instead. Okay, well, see, if they like doing it, then I think it's okay. Like if that person spends 20 to 30 hours doing research, but they actually enjoy it, you know, then go for it, right? But if you just hate every second of it and it's just not your thing, then yeah, if it's a hobby of yours and you really enjoy doing it, that's obviously a completely different story. But anyway, again, thank you so much, PC Specialist. Let's move on. We actually have our backup coach joining now. So Lemike is ready. Let me call him. Let me see if my Discord's working, or if you can hear him. You should, in theory, be able to hear.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
All right. I'm good as well. I'm so glad you accepted the backup coach position. Thank you very much.
Of course. It's a fun thing, so why not?
Yeah. All right. The funny thing was, like, I asked you, and you're like, yeah. And then you were like, so what exactly are we doing? So I agreed to it without actually knowing. That's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always down to try new things, you know? So.
That's a good mentality to have.
All right, so
Is he loud enough for you?
Is it going to be your stream? Is it going to be Discord stream?
First of all, do you want to do like a call-up thing on Twitch so we like stream together?
Sure.
All right, let's do that. Let me invite you. All right. There you go. Okay, so the way I did this in the past, and you can kind of do it however you feel like it. Like I think like whatever you enjoy the most or whatever you want to give advice on, that's good. So the way I did it before was I had Tettles join me once, and once Miras was joining me. And the way we did it is that I just did a dungeon, like I queued up a key in a pug, and they were watching what I'm doing. And then Tettles was more waiting for me to ask questions, and he answered whatever I was interested in. And Miras was kind of doing something where he just like explained things as we went. You know, he had a lot of stuff to talk about, and he just like, you know, explained everything, which both of it is fine. Titles focus a little bit more on like high-end, like higher key strategies and like tips and tricks that are maybe not like super commonly known by people. Like, I don't know if you can line of sight something or outrange or disrupt something in particular, or, you know, like high key groups are usually skipping this pack, or there's this spot where you can blah, 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 right? And Maris was also explaining like a lot of the trash and the bosses, because I'm gonna let you know that I'm lacking a lot of knowledge about some of these dungeons because I've been pugging so far and I have not done any like proper research myself. So I just kind of like did the dungeons and I picked up the knowledge as I went, which means a lot of the things that are not super obvious and that are not something that is my job to deal with, I don't know about.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
All right.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
All right.
So is it like group things, or is it more like in general, or like boomy stuff, or what are you out after? Put it like that.
Mainly, like, usually I want to focus on the dungeon stuff overall, but if there's group things, or in particular like range stuff or Moonkin stuff that you know about, then obviously that's also nice to share or to get. And it's also supposed to be a little bit for my viewers as well, and I guess for your viewers too. So you don't necessarily have to only focus on something that concerns me. Like if there's something super cool for the tank to know or for a healer to know, then of course that's nice if you mention that too.
Yeah, okay.
But the viewers are of course less important than I am, yeah? We all know that, so.
Gotcha.
All right, so while I queue up for the key, wait, do you want me to share my screen or do you want to watch the stream? Because I can do either, but I don't have Nitro, so the quality is going to be, like, it's fine, but it's not great, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's better if you Discord stream, because the Twitch has some delay, right?
Yes, there's going to be a little bit of delay.
Yeah.
All right. sharing. All right, so the dungeons that I still kind of need to learn the most is Theater, Motherlodes, and Workshop. And maybe Rookery a little bit. So let me see if I can get into one of those keys. And while I look for a key, do you mind like telling my viewers who you are and what your credentials are to be a coach?
Ooh. Ooh, okay. Interesting. So I'm a real tank. And my name is Lemike. I've been playing keys for a very long time, actually. And competing in MDI and TGP since Shadowlands Season 2, I think. And I got the rank 1 on Red.io multiple times. Like highest score and stuff like that. So yeah, I think that's it.
That seems good enough to me.
Nice. Good. I'm happy.
Do you actually know, like, what are you playing right now?
I'm playing Vengeance right now.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
It seemed to be the most OP tank.
Yep. Ooh, okay, so we got a TOP.
Nice.
So TOP, I mean, I already basically know from like the previous expansion, but
Yeah.
I don't really know the changes very much. Like obviously, except the things that are really obvious, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty much. It's almost the same as in previous expansion, but there's like a new route that you do is that you skip the double mini bosses. So you need to have a 1 minute roar for this one.
Oh, okay. So you skip the one that is in front of the boss, and then which one else? Which other one?
And the second one.
Ah, okay.
So it's the second one and then the last one.
Okay, wait.
But yeah, we'll see what route he's gonna do.
Yeah. Hey, where am I? Oh god. No, Xaf is the guy. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So you skip, that one, pull number 4, yeah.
Okay, interesting. And why do people skip that? Just because it's not efficient because it's a single target guy, I guess.
Yeah, they take forever to kill. It's not like efficient.
And what are you
count.
pulling instead?
So you go to the last boss and you pull those 3 mobs into the boss.
Yeah.
And then you also play on pull 9. You add the soul binder next to it as well.
Oh, okay. So the soul binders used to be bad. Are they still bad?
I mean, they're bad, but since you're having like silent sigil, beam, and you need to do some AoE stops anyways, it's kind of just passive cleave and getting interrupted by all the AoE stops.
Okay. And I guess we need double roar because you need to make sure that you pass the pack or pass the mini boss as fast as possible.
Yeah, so if you play with 2 minutes roar, you're not gonna have enough cooldown on it. It's not gonna be because the pack. Which pull is it? Is it pull 5 for you? Yeah, so pull 5 doesn't take 2 minutes to kill. So if you don't have roar back, you won't be able to skip the second mini boss again.
But I guess I know that you need roar for the second skip. But the first one you also need it.
Yeah.
And how does it work? Like the tank pulls the boss and everyone runs past, or can you do the same thing with before he spawns?
Yeah, you can do the exact same thing before he spawns.
Okay, very cool. Do you think on TGP they're gonna do the same thing? Where they skip the mini bosses?
depends. Because at some point you can't leave the archer pack, right? They're gonna like shoot you for too much and double shots and what else? So I think if you can leave the archer pack, I think you might do the same route. But I don't know, like the scaling on like a +20. I don't know how you go in TGP. Probably like 20, 19, 20-ish. And at some point, I think the archers will just kill you eventually. So you might do something else with the mini bosses and play like a different route. I also know from MDI is that if you go to the, I don't know what it's called, but the area with all the souls and stuff, is that you can snap.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can like jump through the different platforms. We used to do that back in the MDI, where we like change the orb direction. So let's say the whole group goes right side on the first orb, and then we had a hunter standing behind and he switched position with the orb, and then he went left solo with like misdirect, for example, and then we snapped that platform as well. So there's a possible that you might skip the archer pack as well, and then you gain more count from this area by like doing some weird things.
True. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah.
So there's a lot of cooks you can do in this key, actually.
Yeah. And I remember, like, you would also skip one of the soul packs, right? And pull them onto the boss somehow as well. I remember that.
Yeah. I don't remember why you did it, though. Was it... No,
I think that was just funnel.
Funnel? Was it not prideful as well? When was prideful? Was that...
Oh, maybe. Back, true. The 20% thing. Yeah. That could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I guess TOP is like a dungeon that seems to be like pretty linear, where you can't really do much stuff, but I guess there's quite a few things you can really do if you really start cooking.
Yeah, when you start thinking about it, like, well, what's gonna be bad count and good count, and does the archers kill us? So...
Yeah. Or when people used to snap everything to Gourd Shop as well.
Oh yeah, getting hooked down with the boss,
yeah. I mean, that might be well, maybe not, I don't know. I guess the time that it takes for a person to go down and actually pull the boss.
Yeah. I don't remember how you did it last time. I mean, what you did with the count, because you do miss mobs, right? You can't stealth past the gas bag anymore. Because they say Invis now.
Oh. Yeah, that would be a little bit sketchy, I guess. And somebody would have to like run down, somehow not die to the gas bag, then shadow melt off the aggro, then pull Gourd Shop, and then I guess while that is happening, the rest of the group pulls this stuff here, like pull 2, and gets hooked down. And then at some point, once that pack is dead, then you can start pulling back this trash maybe into the boss, but that would be more of a speedrunning thing rather than a TGP thing.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah.
I think I would be afraid at least to play that on a +20.
Yeah. Just tank it, man. Just tank it.
I think I would be fine as a tank, but my group would die from all the leaps.
Yeah, probably. We don't have a route yet. I think this was a 15 that I was invited to. Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
It says +10 weekly, so I'm assuming we're not doing a double skip.
We do a double skip.
Oh, wait, we are. Okay. Yeah, we are. Okay.
Nice.
Damn. EU pucks are different.
I'm gonna get so much hate right now.
Alright, so I have to get improved speed. Oh my god, I don't know what to skip then. Any Bootcamp players out there? What's the talent I don't need? I don't think I ever changed my talents so far in Season 2. I guess I get rid of Forest Walk. Or Fluid Form, actually. I don't need that. what would you have done?
I think removing Master Shapeshift is damage loss. So I would remove Vigil, and I would tell the healer to heal more.
5,
Yeah,
But it's
I'm-
called Fluid Form now, it's not Master Shapeshift anymore.
2,
Yeah.
1.
I honestly don't really know how to use Fluid, or I keep forgetting that I have it.
Yeah.
So I guess if I would learn how to use it properly, that would be a little bit of a damage increase at least.
Yeah, a tiny bit. But how often do you even use it in a cave, per se? I don't even know.
I guess it's really just when you go bare to survive something.
Yeah.
Alright, so for this thing, all I know is that it's like pretty similar still to how to use Severe. Where this Bloodhorn thing, I just need to dispel the enrage off.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it. I mean, you sooth the guy and then obviously kick the boss and dodge the frontal. And that's pretty much it on this boss.
To be fair, I never actually understood how this boss properly works. Because most of the things are just kind of like straightforward. It's like, oh, pedals on the ground, I dodge that. Frontal, dodge that, you know? Like. But
Yeah,
this accursed guy, like the cast that he does, it's just like a single target nuke.
No, it's the what's it called now again? Let me check. It's called Searing Death, right? Yeah. So Searing Death
Interruptible
is...
cast.
Sorry,
which
say that
one?
again.
What is that spell that you're talking about?
I was just talking about Searing Death, but it's the circle that you get around you. It does a lot of damage.
Okay. Ah, Searing Death, there we go.
Yeah.
And this one you can't, like, interrupt, it just happens, and it can't be dispelled either, I guess.
Yeah, it's just like a debuff on you that you can't remove or dispel or anything, and it deals a ton of damage. So on a high key, you wanna press something for it.
Okay.
And then there's
And then
like this big stomp as well. You see this
the-
Mighty Smash?
Yeah. Wait, that does AoE damage to Mighty Smash, or is that the frontal?
Oh, that's it deals like a lot of AoE damage on the whole group.
Okay. Mighty Smash, who cast that? The Decapitator?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it should be him. Because the other ones are just casting like random spells.
And I guess they also don't share HP, and if one guy dies, then they get this buff that they have right now.
Yeah, and
But it's just like a 10%
damage
damage increase, which is not like the end of the world, I guess.
Yeah, it's not end of the world, but at the same time, if you get Searing Death and they have 10% damage increase,
Yeah.
that debuff would be quite spicy on a higher key.
So is there a guy that has more HP than the others that you want to focus on to not have one guy die faster?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Actually. They do have, I mean, pretty similar HP, I just checked. They have pretty similar HP.
Okay.
They don't have the exact same, but they have similar, so...
And other than that, the Necrotic Bolt, that's just a single target nuke on the tank, or is it on random people?
It is on people.
Okay. And other than that, there, I guess it's not much. Alright, so for this pack, what I know from... When was this a thing? Shadowlands? Yeah, Shadowlands.
Yeah.
So the Arbalists are like the bad guys, and they shoot people. And
Yes.
they also put bleed on people, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in this pack, you do want to kill the Arbalist. Because that's the one guy that can actually kill you in this pool. Together with this Mangler guy. So on overlaps, when it does the big AoE, like this one, if you get a shot at the same time or the bleed, there's a really high chance that you will die. If you don't press like a major defensive or stop the shoot.
Okay, so yeah, that's the deadliest thing, like the AoE plus Arbalest combo. Other than that,
Yeah.
this guy just puts these like weapons on the ground that I guess they spawn on players. Is it always? I guess it doesn't really
yeah.
matter who's on.
We did actually test some with it, and it seemed to be spawned on ranged people. If you have
Oh.
like free ranged people in a group.
Yeah,
So
that
if you have
seemed to be
free
on
range
me all the time, plus the healer, and one was on the tank, I guess.
Yeah, I think the evoker and the healer is in melee with the tank. But
Oh,
I never got it
Evoker,
as a
yeah.
tank before.
So I guess if you have 3 range, then in theory you could spawn them outside, I guess.
Yeah.
And then he also does like a tank thing, right?
Yeah, he does a tank hit as well. Just for the tanks, just use like a minor defensive for it, and then you get a debuff as well for a little bit. It's not a dangerous guy at all, but
I just roared.
2,
Oh god.
yeah, just go send it. Should be fine still.
All right. Oh god, that's like my muscle memory. Whenever we have to walk anywhere, I just press roar.
It's a good habit though. I think it's better to have it that way than not using it at all. So. Interesting fact, we did actually make a timer. You save between 6 to 7 seconds per roar that you use. It's kind of
Oh, really?
crazy. Yeah.
Wow, that's actually pretty sick. I didn't know it's
It is
that
a lot.
valuable.
No, we didn't think so either, because we were comparing Windrush against Roar, and Roar was superior, of course. But
Of course.
yeah.
Huh,
Then we
that's
tried
crazy.
without, and it was actually 6 to 7 seconds that you gained.
Wow. Yeah, smaller
yeah,
stuff like
this-
this is something that people really like underestimate, I guess, especially in pugs.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright, so for this pack, the big champion guy still has this aura where it reduces AoE damage done around it, right?
Yeah, so in that pack, you do want to nuke the captain, and it does increase damage dealt by 25. Sounds like a lot, but it might be 25, yeah.
Wait, so the
to all
champion takes 25% more damage?
No, so he buffs all the other mobs around him,
Oh. Okay.
and then he reduces the damage that they take by 75% of AoE effects. So you want to kill the captain first, and then you want to nuke one Arbalest quick together. Because double Arbalest is if you get shot twice in a row or at the same time, there's a high chance that you'll die as well. Or if you have a bleed from the Arbalest and get shot after, there's a high chance that you'll die as well.
I remember in the past we would sometimes like to see one of the Arbalists and
Yeah,
then
you
we
can
kill the
CC.
champion and then kill one and then break the other CC, I guess.
Yeah, I mean you can do that for sure. It's a bit slower, of course, but ideally, if you play with this comp that you're playing with right now, going in with like a major group defensive, it's not too bad. Like a barrier or a darkness, and then you just press defensives right after those ends, and you should be completely fine with that. Should
I
have
guess
a
in the
time.
past, when you did the CC, you also played the previous mini boss, so you had like somebody could CC it while they were patrolling around to make sure that they were separated. Because if you do this kind of skip from the mini boss, then it's going to be hard to use the CC and then not break it as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's correct. And also back in the days, you could you had a DK mind controlling.
Oh,
the captain.
True, that was sick. Does that not work anymore?
It does work, but since Unholy is the spec to play right now, you have to dismiss your pet to be able to control him. And
Yeah.
Unholy is pet based, whatever you call it.
Yeah.
You do the damage based on your pet.
Okay, and what else does the champion do other than like the aura that gives every mob more damage plus damage reduction?
There's a demoralizing shout as well. That you have to interrupt. And anyone can interrupt it. It's a melee kick.
Okay.
Or I mean a range kick, so it doesn't really matter who kicks it. And if you miss to kick it, you need to look what actually happens, because I have no idea. Reduce damage down by all limits by 50%. Yeah, so basically you lose 50% damage. So you don't want to miss it. And I mean, it's just one kick in that one. So it should
Oh
be
shit, the guy had cooldowns and I accidentally killed him. It's okay, I have cooldowns too.
nice.
Okay, and then, yeah, the Arbalest we already talked about, they have the bleed and the shoot. And what else is there? Like, the other mobs, they do nothing, right? They just, like,
Yeah, they do
tank
nothing,
mobs. Okay.
Yeah, it's just some tank mobs, and you don't really care about it as tank either.
Yeah.
They're just cosmetic.
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Whoa. So the mini bosses we skip, but I guess maybe after the dungeon we can talk a little bit more about like route stuff, and then we can explain maybe the mini bosses that we skipped in case people want to know what the fuck they're doing if you pull them in a fuck or something. But for this boss here, for Xav, I mean, most of the things are really obvious, but is there something that you think most people don't really know about?
So what you can do, if you have correct comp, is you don't have to kill the banners.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, I mean, with this group, it should be fine to not kill banners, because DK have Def Advance, the Evoker can use the launch himself forward, Priest have Fade to remove like snare effects and stuff, and you have your Leap. But it's really important to, when you play that kind of strat, is you don't bait towards where the healer is, or the boomer in this case, because you only have one ability to avoid frontals with.
Yeah.
It's a more of a like high key strat, really hard to play with. And with bad RNG, if the priest, for example, gets frontal twice or 3 times in a row, you're just gonna be dead. It's press pain suppression and pray. So it's more of like a high key thing to save some time to not kill banners.
It would be a pretty big time waste, time safe. To not kill banners,
sure.
right?
Yeah, they have a bunch of HP and yeah, there's a lot of banners spawning on that boss as well.
Yeah, and I guess when you say you need to, or like you can get unlucky with getting targeted twice, it's just when he does like the kind of like half room ability twice, right? Yeah, because the other frontal, I guess, is really easy to dodge.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like when it does like the group combo, you need to dodge, like you said, like the half circle, the frontals, and the big circle.
Has there ever been, like, did anyone figure out why he is doing the half circle a few times? Twice, instead of doing the other abilities once each? Is it just like RNG?
I bet there is a way to, now when you say it, I would assume that if no one is in range of the melee, then he probably doesn't do like the big circle. But no one ever like tried to cook with it, because it doesn't matter much. At least my groups, and I haven't cooked with it or tried things out. But it wouldn't surprise me if there's like some things, if there's like nobody in melee, it doesn't do like the big circle, it does only the half circle then towards the whole group.
And I guess if you have a lot of immobile classes, then maybe you would want to avoid that.
Yeah.
Interesting. Somebody has to figure this out. Twitch chat, this is your job.
It could also just be complete RNG, but if it's not, then I would assume
Maybe.
that's how it works. If you can't hit someone with the big circle, then it doesn't do it.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Alright, so for these packs here, like I guess the most important thing is like the Sludge Spewer, right? Because he does like that AoE cast once in a while.
Yeah.
What's it called?
He does the AoE cast, and also you don't want to stack as a group, and not too much though. It's called Withering Discharge. But the
Oh yeah,
other
Withering
mobs,
Discharge.
yeah. But what can actually kill you is the small mobs leaping on you. They also splash, do like some splash damage when they land. So on a high key,
okay.
if you're stacked with melee group, you will splash damage on each other, and then you might die. Same on this boss as well. Like when they leap towards you, they splash damage to the people next to you as well. So there's like a fine balance. You do want to stand close to melee, so they don't like leap out too far. Also not too close, so you cleave each other.
Yeah, so I knew that about the mobs on this boss, but I guess I forgot or maybe never knew that the trash mobs do the same thing, which makes sense because they're the same mobs. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have. Do they have lower HP in the trash? Because these mobs, do they scare with tyrannical as well? I don't know. It feels like the small leftovers before this boss just dies super quick, anyways.
Yeah,
But,
that is true.
But I've seen people die with the overlaps of double leaps and stuff.
Yeah, for sure. You can also like just be unlucky and have both of them leap on you, right?
Yeah, you can. I've seen it happen as well.
And then I guess another thing on this boss is that if you stand close to the boss, then he does not grip you, right? When he does this like pull in.
Yeah.
Which...
Yeah, if you stand in a few yards of the boss, yeah.
And that's something I guess you usually want to do because it doesn't like animation lock you or anything, and you just generally don't get locked in your movement, I guess, which makes it much easier to dodge these hooks. But then, as you said,
Yeah.
if you always stand close, then these leftovers are going to be splashing damage on everyone, which is also not ideal.
Yeah, so it's like, ideal as a tank, you wanna have like a clear circle around the boss, which is clear from all the green stuff on the ground. So you have enough space to, yeah, enough space to be close to melee and not stack, basically. So what's going on right now is maybe not ideal.
Okay, that's a good point, because I haven't really thought of that, but I guess as a tank, making sure that the boss is like free of goo, whatever he grips, does make a lot of sense. And the
Yeah,
goo
I mean,
spawns from the Eds dying, right? From the leftovers just dying.
yeah, when they die, they drop the goo, yeah. But there's a lot of things that, like small details, that actually tanking and makes a lot of the things easier, and that people don't usually think about. Like positioning of the trash packs, of some bosses. It's a lot of small things, but I think that goes for like every single spec in the game actually. Like all the small detailed stuff that you do.
Well, I would say range is pretty brainless, but yeah. Maybe for tanks and healers.
I'm just trying to be nice now, okay? A good tank have a great impact on the key success, for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, if you don't tank yourself, I think sometimes when you have a really good tank in your group, things just feel smoother and you don't really know, like, why. Sometimes things just feel easier, and it's usually just a tank, like, positioning stuff better and, yeah, just generally being a better tank, I guess, and looking at these small things.
Yeah, I mean, that's completely true. Like, all of the small things, you kicking his own mobs, doing some certain stops, or positioning of the mobs, and also how we set up some pulls. Like setup of pulls that are like really hard and difficult is almost the key to success. If you set it up
Yeah.
really bad, it's gonna be a disaster.
I guess like even a pull like this, right? I guess a tank can do really well or kind of shitty. Of course, it's also on the damage dealers to make sure they don't randomly get aggro from everything. But
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, in this pull specifically, it goes like both ways. Like all the souls will come into you, and then you'll line of sight as a group. But it's gonna be interesting to see on the next platform, not this one, but the other one. Because it's really important that you have good kicks and good setups and grips and stuff on the mobs on the sides. I don't remember the route. You're playing only middle pack and then you're playing both sides, okay. Yeah, so next platform, this is also like a really good trick that not a lot of people do or know about. So as a tank or DPS, whatever, if you pull the soul binder on the right side and you attack him first, he's gonna run in a few extra yards before he starts casting.
I guess he just did that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That
He
glaive
did throw
is,
something at him.
Yeah. But you can almost make him run all the way in.
Oh,
If
okay.
you attack him first, or like taunt him or whatever, you know?
Wait, so you mean like you basically have to be pulling the middle pack first and then pull the other guy to the sides? Or like how would you do that as a tank, I guess? And how would you
So-
position?
No, I mean, it's fine to go into the middle pack first. It's fine, but not the best, because you start spell queuing on the two mobs, right? Like the casters and this guardian. Start spell queuing of everything, that's gonna be dangerous. So ideally, you would wanna pull the right guy first, so he runs in towards the middle, and then you walk into the guardian pack.
Okay.
But what I was saying is that there's a mechanic in this game that whenever you're gonna like group up multiple casters that are in different packs, if you attack the casters first in the packs, they
Oh,
will
I
run
see.
in.
So instead of pulling like a mob that is in the pack but not the caster.
Yeah. So if you would have like let's
okay, I
say
get it.
taunted a little soul on the right side, that soul binder would not have run in that far, for example, and then you need to kick him instead.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay, that's very interesting. Okay, tanks take notes.
Yeah, because that's a really important thing to actually know about. Not a lot of people know about it, and
Yeah, that
it's
is
pretty cool.
really good to know because that's gonna make grouping up packs so much easier.
yeah, for sure, it can make a whole pull, make it or break it. If you know
Yeah.
about it or not.
I guess these packs here are a lot easier now because you can actually see where the tornadoes go, which was like
Yeah.
the thing that killed the most people, I guess, in the past.
Back in the days, people were flying right and left. So it was so hard to see the beams. I think, didn't everyone stop going this platform as well? Because people just died. I think
Yeah,
you
I
always
think
went
so.
the other guy.
And the amount of times I stood next to these stairs and I wanted to dodge, but then I was blocked by the stairs. And other than that, I guess there's like this one big nuke, like the, what is it called? The bone something? The magus called? Bone spear, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's... does it still one-shot people or not
yeah,
anymore?
it's still one shot. Yeah.
Okay.
So you do want to stop it or kick it.
So the highest priority kick, I guess, is the bone spear, and then there's also a volley, I guess, that the soulbinder casts.
Yeah, so there's the bone magus kick and then the volley on the soulbinder. And this necrotic bolt, it can go through because I don't know why, but it doesn't deal as much damage at all.
Okay.
So it's not like a big deal. And I do see a lot of people kick it, and yeah, you should stop doing it if you're kicking it.
Okay. Alright, guys, stop
'Cause you-
kicking the necrotic bolt, guys. There's much more important stuff to kick.
Yes.
And yeah, this boss was changed completely. I honestly don't know what the fuck's going on in this boss anymore.
I mean, it's pretty easy now. As a DPS, you only get one debuff on you, and that's the one you should press defensive on. I don't even know what it's called, because I don't think I see it on my bigwigs even as a tank.
Well of
but
darkness, there we go.
Yeah, so this one, that's the one you want to press defensives on. And then dodge the orbs, obviously. And then you have a nice wake that says stack. So that's pretty good.
So the way these ads spawn, like they always spawn on the wall no matter where you are on the ring, right? They only determine like the position on the outside, right? With where you are. Okay.
Yeah, so what I've realized is that they spawn behind you towards the outside of this ring more consistently in a straight line the further back you are. So as a tank, for example, if I stand and hit the boss, or any melee DPS stands and hit the boss, there's a high chance that our ads is gonna spawn like a bit on the sides instead.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why, but it seems to be more consistent if you take a few steps back, for example, like in between your globals, and that's enough, then it's gonna spawn behind you every single time.
Okay.
So one
Right,
ad
so
might
just
spawn a
don't
bit-
stand too
yeah,
close. Ah, yeah, okay, I can see.
Yeah.
Ah, interesting. Okay. So in
So,
case
I
you
mean,
guys
let's
didn't see
say-
what happened there, it was basically just the tank being slightly too close, I guess. So I guess I mean the tank just doesn't know. It's not like I guess it's like a little bit of a bug maybe.
Yeah,
So
either
if you
it's a
stand
bug-
further away, then it will spawn directly behind you, and if you stand a little bit too close, then it will spawn behind you, but maybe not directly.
Yeah. Exactly.
And the cast that the boss does, the bolt, does it do more damage than on the trash, or is it also just not really important?
No, this one you do want to kick, because
Okay.
on the trash there's like no overlaps going on. But on this boss, if you do get the debuff on you as a DPS player, and you get a bolt as well, you might as well just die. So now there's
Okay,
like overlaps, and you do want to kick the bolt.
Okay. And what happens if these ads reach the boss, actually?
I would assume you will die. It will never happen, so
I don't know either.
I would assume
Just,
that
let's just say something bad happens.
yeah, something bad happens. Your PC might explode, so don't let them walk in. But I think what will make sense is to get like one debuff that is dealing a ton of damage per ad that walks in.
Yeah, or it heals a boss or shields a boss or whatever. Something stupid. Something bad.
Yeah. And Imp TV just said that Fragrance tested that once with Abolim and it exploded. So
Oh,
I don't know what exploded, his PC or the whole group, but I would assume both.
probably both.
Yeah.
And you can still see them up still, right? Like, yeah, so you don't have to full out nuke them, I guess. Because, yeah.
Yeah, use some dots, some passive cleave should be completely fine, and then just knock them, grip them. Tank should, as a vengeance, should also have grip sigil for every single set.
Our timer looks a bit sus. What do you think?
On a plus 16 with 5 minutes left, you should be fine.
Okay,
I think this is like a normal timer to time the key.
okay. I believe in you. Yesterday, Miras was coaching me, and I didn't time a single key. I think
shit.
it was his fault. So we'll see if you're
for
gonna do
sure.
better.
Should always blame the backseat driver.
100%. This ritualist. Wait, is this the same guy from the trash before? No, or is it?
No, this is a different one.
Okay.
So this one does cast a bolt, and then what else is it? check. Unholy Fervor. So yeah, it just puts a dot, like a buff on his friends, and it does heal the mobs.
Oh. So I guess you want to interrupt that.
Yeah. So it's just like doing an necrotic bolt and then hitting the mobs next to him.
Alright. For this boss, what are the things that are maybe not as obvious?
You are never in danger of dying as a DPS, I would say, except in the boss phase to 50%. Or if you stand in a frontal, but of course you should avoid the frontal and not stacking.
Of course.
Yeah, so the boss goes into phase 2 when they reach 50%, and it's gonna do like a big AoE hit on the whole group that deals a ton of damage. So you wanna save your defensives for that one, for sure. You're most likely gonna have a barrier from the priest, and maybe like an AMZ as well. And just pop some personals, because nothing else should kill you on this boss, really. If you're not standing in the frontal or getting hit by one of the dogs in the end.
I guess the
for
ads
DPS,
could also go out of control if you don't spawn them properly, maybe.
Yeah, so if you don't stack like close to each other, the tank is gonna have a really hard time to grip them and silence them. So you do want to stack next to each other, make like a nice little square, and then the tank in the middle. It's still perfect. And yeah, obviously you have to kill the ass before you run out of stops, or the tank does, because he's gonna grip into stun or silence into stun every single time. And then you have your beam as well if needed as a backup. But you do want to kill that, because if the cast goes off, that does actually deal a ton of damage. I just had some cast go off before, and it was not nice. People almost died.
I guess, and sometimes you get these overlaps where you have to dodge some dogs, and then at the same time these ads spawn, which makes them not spawn perfectly in a position, and then you don't have a grip and you walk into a dog. I just pressed in card, no! Oh no. It's always the deadly dogs from the other side
Yep.
that walk through the bus that you don't see. If you're blind like me. I guess one tip for these dogs would be that you actually look, like, not only the ones that spawn on your side, but you also look at where the ones spawn on the other side, so you don't get surprised by this.
Yeah, what I usually think is that if there's a dog spawning next to you, there's most likely gonna be a dog coming for you as well from the other side.
Okay.
Because they go like into each other. So if there's a dog spawning next to you, you need to make sure that you pay attention to the other side as well. Because that means that you're gonna be in danger soon.
Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, nice. We still didn't deplete it. Good.
Nice.
Alright. And I guess one thing that, I mean, it doesn't happen as much anymore, but I remember that, like, this thing that grips you, like the orb that, like, grips you in, sometimes it would spawn, like, on top of the boss, and people just don't realize because there's other animations going on.
Yeah. I haven't seen that happening until actually last time this dungeon was in place. I think they must have fixed it, or because I never seen.
I know it happened this season at the start, but it's possible that they fixed it since then. Because I definitely saw it, because we wiped it once.
Yeah, I mean that's something to pay attention to for sure, because it does stun you for a long time as well. I think like 5-6 seconds.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah.
Seawolf, thank you so much for 62 months. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And Anita, thanks for the 54 as well.
Oh, I just got someone to told me that you can meld the grip in debuff off on the last boss.
Oh? Like, while it's on you?
Yeah, so I believe the thing like the big circle that grips you in, you can meld it off as well.
Damn. Okay, that's actually super good info. Yeah, because there's
Yeah.
some bad overlap sometimes with that grip. Arrow, thank you so much for 4 months. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome back.
That's pretty cool. That's something I never knew about actually.
Nice, nice. Okay, so we learned a lot. I did say that we're gonna quickly talk about the mini bosses a little, the ones
Yeah.
that we skipped, in case anyone actually is playing them. Which, by the way, is a wrong strategy. You gotta tell them when the tank posts a strat with these mini bosses. You gotta tell them this is a bad route.
Yes.
Is it still RNG which mob you get?
Yeah, it is
Okay.
RNG, and I don't know how many hours we spent trying to figure this out. And conclusion is it's completely RNG. It doesn't matter when or how you do it. So
Yeah,
that's
I
why it's so
remember
bad as well.
in Shadowlands there were so many like tinfoil like theories where like you have to run exactly when he like has his weapon like up in the air like this, or she like turns around or whatever.
Yeah, and then or like right after he smashed on this position, and yeah, it was just really weird cooks and tinfoil hats going around.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I spent like so many nights in this TP just trying to figure out. It was different every single time.
And I guess it's such a hard thing to test as well, because you can do it once and then you have to reset, right? And try again.
Yeah, exactly. It was just a disaster. Nightmares of this place. But yeah, I mean, ideally you do want to skip them because they're a big mob that takes a long time and also really dangerous with all the abilities that they have, especially the last one. I think both of them are like really tough to kill. They do a bunch of AoE damage in a group, and the swift strikes is really hard to heal for the healer. It's just crazy. They're a bit overtuned, I would say, even.
Yeah. The swift strikes always go to the closest targets to the tank, right?
I
Or-
believe so. Not
Okay.
sure, actually. Because you always skip it, so I haven't tested it enough. but-
Yeah. And the ricocheting blade, can you still line of sight that? Do you know that?
Yeah, you can still line of sight that, yeah.
Okay. So I guess you want to do that if you're range.
Yeah.
And then there's
But I
some guy
highly
who has like an
recommend
interrupt that I think can also be line of sighted. But maybe not.
Not sure. I don't think so.
Maybe not.
No, I don't think so. But you can definitely line of sight the ricochet blade that the second guy does as well. But
Okay,
yeah.
and this first guy that we didn't get, he's the same dude as the one we got, right? Like he does the same things? Or not? Oh, no, he
No,
doesn't.
so the other guy, yeah, he does also an AoE. That's the Earth Crusher that you see right there. So both of these mini bosses is a really bad combo with the Arbalest mob. So it goes the same thing here. The Interrupting Roar and Earth Crusher, you do want to stop the Arbalest. You can have a Typhoon, a Demon Hunter stun, even Grip from the DK, or DB from Mage, Blast Wave. I mean, any stop will make you live, because on a higher key, you will definitely die if you get an AoE, Earth Crusher, or a shot at the same time. It's just too much damage coming in.
Yeah,
And
that
that's
makes
also
sense.
that's also why you want to kill the Arbalest as soon as possible, because more overlaps means more global spent living and stopping mobs.
Oh my, I did not know this guy had an ability called Shamble. Oh god.
It's in shamble because he's just getting nuked all the time.
Poor guy, actually. Does he ever cast? Does he do this? Like, does he actually reposition?
Yeah, he walks around sometimes, yeah.
Oh, he just walks, so like he doesn't like jump.
No, he runs
Okay.
a few yards and then stands still again.
I love when mobs just randomly walk away from the position that they're in. This is that's
So good.
ideal. All right. Do you have anything else that you wanted to mention about TGP? TGP about TOP?
I think that's pretty much all of it. Yeah, there's nothing I can think about right now, actually.
All right. Very cool. I definitely learned a thing or two. Then,
Nice.
okay. Do you think there's more to talk about in Motherlode or in Workshop? Or just whatever you prefer more, I guess. We can also do that.
I mean, just queue into both, and we'll see where you get
Okay.
invited to, I guess.
Let's do the RNG
So I think-
then.
Yeah, I think both keys have like their own niche to it. They're like very different and have some tricks in both of them.
Yeah, Motherlode, I guess, changed the most from like all the old dungeons. Motherlode was
Yeah.
like very particular back in the day when you only played trash at the start.
Yeah. Now it's the routes are crazy. If you join a pug, you don't know where you're gonna end up at.
Yeah.
It's like different routes all over the place.
Yep. And the skips that never work out. If it's not a resilient key and somebody posts a skip, I know it's fucked.
Yep.
Okay, while we wait, we have this new rule in TGP, right, where you have to kind of change your comp between like days. What do you think is going to be the off-meta comp that people are playing, or what do you think the strategy is going to be for this weekend?
What does the rule exactly say? Do you need to change one person or the?
I think it's all of them, but let me find the exact rule actually.
Yeah. Look as well. Because I was in Torment Realm yesterday, and I was doing like a little sneak peek of what people were playing.
Oh,
And
okay.
it seemed to be the same comp most of the times.
Interesting. So, like, I mean, they all played like the comp, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think there's gonna be one comp that's gonna be most played.
Oh god, where's this rule? I can't believe nobody in my chat linked it either yet. Usually when I say stuff like this, I hope that somebody is actually just gonna post it. So I'm just pretending that I'm looking it up, you know?
That's a good.
Like, let me just look this up. All right, I found it. No, wait, these are the time trial rules. They're different. God damn it.
I found it.
Good.
I'm not found. I got it sent to me by Pico.
Oh.
I sent it to you as well in Discord here.
I got it now.
Okay, so the biggest twist. Let's see. Okay, so Friday and Saturday they can play whatever comp they want. Oh, so they're getting. So if they play like the same comp on Friday and Saturday, then they're locked for Sunday. Locked out. Okay.
But like, what if they play different? Like, let's say they play 3 different comps on Friday. Would all of those comps be locked on Sunday? Or
I'm thinking, what if you would bend the rules a bit and you would play all the comps equally as much? Does that mean that nothing is locked out?
oh, is it like a percentage thing?
I don't know. Like, how do you decide? That's
Wait, where does it say? I'm looking at the rules, but I don't see where it specifies.
okay. So only runs
there.
that actually contribute to the team score count toward this rule. No
Okay.
filler or incomplete runs.
Oh, the 3 most used specs per team. Ah.
Yeah. The rule is team specific. Okay. Okay, so okay, that's kind of interesting. So you would push up the keys with whatever comp, right?
Yeah.
And then you would go to the meta comp for Sunday and win.
Yeah, theoretically, yes. Unless, well, actually, I didn't realize that you could just, like, that only the keys count that you actually get the score from in the end. Because then you can just,
Yeah.
like, switch it. Like, let's say you're, like, the favorite team to win, then obviously you're going to go with, like, the shittier comp on the first day.
Yeah.
But there could be like another team that plays a good comp and maybe like comes close to like your score. But if that's the case, you just switch to a good comp and like push the key at the end, right? If you have enough time.
Yeah, if you're afraid of getting knocked out, then I guess that's what you will do. But yeah, that
And it's
makes
only
it a
3
bit more
specs.
interesting.
Yeah, okay. So what do you think people are going to do with this?
I think that I mean tanks this season to just push up the keys. I think I would definitely, if I were competing as a tank, I would be put to play like Guardian for the whole Friday, for example.
Okay.
And then I would probably play like Paladin or whatever other tank on Saturday, and then make those 2 classes and specs lock out 2 places right away. I think that's what I would do, right?
Wait,
it does
no,
only
wait,
say-
because you only play Friday and Sunday, right? Like you don't do Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Oh right, yeah. They switched it, right, for
Yeah,
TDP
they
as well.
switched it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm sure that the tank would be the one to play like a weird tank for sure, and then probably the healer as well. Because healer and tanks this season are like, you don't have a tank that is like superior anymore. Like Vengeance is the best, but there's like other tanks that are pretty good as well.
Okay, this is interesting because I thought the other way around. I thought that you would want to stick to the classes that decide like the route or like the utility the most. Because I was thinking it's more of a switch like a lot of your like utility around than it is to switch to have like a little bit lower damage. But maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you could be right as well. I don't know like all the DPS classes. Maybe you have like 3 DPS classes that is like fine to replace like the mage, DK, and Boomy. Then you just play those 3 in like every single key. I don't know what could compete. If you would play like a hunter, maybe evoker, and then fire mage.
DK, I guess. I don't know. Or oh yeah, true, it's specs, so you could just play fire mage and then play arcane.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
I think to make like a fair thought about this, I think you need to like think about a lot what's the correct play. But I think maybe just switching up to Fire Mage is the like no-brainer. Like that's locked to play a whole Friday. Because you want to play Arcane. Wait, you do want to play Fire in one key. I know that. I don't know which one.
Oh, so I
There's
guess it
one
also
key.
depends what dungeons you get.
Yeah.
Wait,
That's a
how
hard
does
one.
the
I feel
dungeon
bad
rule
for
work?
teams.
Because I think I remember the dungeon rules being that one of the dungeons can repeat on Sunday, right? Because otherwise, like if you get that dungeon where you want to play Fire on the first day, then you're like, oh, okay, so we're not going to get this on Sunday, therefore we don't have to like save Fire Mage. But if one of the dungeons can repeat on Sunday, then that's not a safe rule or a safe strategy.
Yeah, I think they probably can repeat because last time, didn't teams say that you can predict maps for Sunday? I remember they were talking about it the way it was. So I think it's complete RNG now and random of which maps for Sunday.
Yeah, I think there's one RNG map on Sunday to stop this whole like we know what's going to happen on Sunday kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or complete RNG, I don't actually know. I should probably read up on those rules, considering.
I think I should read
Okay,
up.
I have time.
It's kind of fun actually. But yeah, I don't know what I would do as if I were competing actually.
Yeah, I guess it is interesting. One thing that Mira said yesterday is, like if let's say the second seeded team that comes in to the tournament, maybe they don't care about making it to global finals necessarily, which would be like weird. But if they think they're not going to make it anyway, or they're just going to get last in globals or whatever, they could make it their mission to like knock out or like compete against like the top teams on the first day. Because they know that the top teams have to play the bad comp, or I don't want to say bad comp, but they have to play the suboptimal comp if they want to make it to globals, because then they need to play the good comp on Sunday. So there might be some teams that like really try their hardest to knock out these teams that play the worst comp, and they play the good comp then and try to knock them out, which I guess I personally think even if they do play the good comp, they're still going to have a hard time knocking out a really good team. But I guess the possibility is higher at least.
Yeah, I think they have a higher chance for sure if that's going to happen. I mean, it would be kind of funny actually and interesting in a way.
Yeah.
If that actually happens, that like what do you do if you're like the higher seeded team? Do you go meta comp and just full send it like the last 2 hours, or what do you do? If you risk to get knocked out, but you know that you're not gonna get it to globals then.
Yeah, right. Like, because I guess for a good team, the only thing that really matters is making it to globals. Because winning that weekend or not, that's like. So I guess they would have to go the good comp, and then they just have to hope that on the Sunday, that they will make it into top 2. With playing like a suboptimal comp, I guess, which is still possible in the end.
It is possible, but it's gonna be really hard, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, this makes it a bit more interesting, actually.
I do think it makes like the Friday and the Saturday more interesting. But I do have, I do think, or I guess it is possible that the Sunday is gonna be very one-sided, because if there's 2 teams that both played like a bad comp because they're like the top 2 seeded teams, and then they're already the favorites, but on Sunday they're just going to smoke the other 2 teams because they have the better comp and the other teams had to play the good comp already on Friday and Saturday to make it to Sunday, right? So I guess the Sunday theoretically could be less interesting now.
It could, but I think the outcome is going to be that on Friday and Saturday, the more experienced teams will still win with the suboptimal comp.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. So we're still gonna see on Sunday all the teams playing like full meta comps and just blasting it. That's what I
Yeah,
think is gonna
probably.
happen. Maybe one team is playing like a suboptimal comp, maybe. But I don't think it's gonna be more than one team.
Yeah, and I guess it's also 3 specs as well only, which like you don't have to change your whole comp at least.
Yeah.
And Mirrors also said, and I'm not sure if this is going to be true, but he thinks that most people for their suboptimal comp, like they're just going to play comfort picks usually, or he thinks
Yeah.
that's what's going to happen. Which I guess would be really good for the broadcast because then there would be a lot of variety in classes if that is the case. So that'd be nice.
Yeah, it could be like that. I think I didn't even look which teams made it actually or who qualified. But
Me
I know
neither.
in
No, I'm just
general,
kidding.
I know in general the TDP is more competitive with like really good teams.
Yeah.
Almost like every single team is top tier, like really good. So I
Yeah.
think that most teams will have like a second comp that they tried out and played with. I would assume it's gonna be like one, maybe Frostmage even, and then I know Hunter, Hunter is pretty good as well. So you might just send a Hunter and then lock that class out, for example. It's not too bad playing like Frostmage, Hunter, and then what else? Yeah. Actually, you know this
Maybe a
physical
shaman?
comp. Yeah, maybe a shaman, yeah. Like elemental shaman or something. But actually, if people are clever and smart about this, I think I would go the full physical comp. Like Guardian Druid, you play Monk, Hunter. Do you play Warrior as well? Because that comp doesn't seem to be too bad, actually.
Yeah. That could be good. Yeah, this is just gonna be a queue simulator, by the way. I got invited twice, I feel like, and I got delisted again twice, or like disbanded. It's the LFG experience.
Yep.
Yeah, one thing about the teams though, because I think TGP, I'm not sure if we had like a 3-group TGP just yet. I know we had a 2-group one.
Yeah.
The problem, I guess, with the 3 groups is that, of course, if you do 3 groups, then there's a lot more teams that qualify overall, which means that each group will have like a bigger skill difference between like the first seed coming in and the last seed, which I guess could technically mean that the groups are going to be a little bit more one-sided because, like the 24th seed that comes in is obviously going to be a lot worse than the number 1 seed.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I think since it's TDP, I think that how do you put it? Like the gap between the 24 seeded team and the first team is not going to be as huge as it would be in like an MDI setting. Like MDI is even more. So I think. Yeah. So I think for TDP is kind of okay-ish still. I'm looking at it right now. So the 24 seeded team is 1 key level below the first seeded team in Dark Flame Cleft, for example.
Okay, yeah, that's not that bad.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good still. That's what I think is nice with TDP as well. There's so many good teams because it's really like retail. It's similar to retail. You just push high keys, right? Where MDI,
yeah, it's much more
different.
relatable to your real or to your live server skill. Well, MDI is, if you haven't done MDI, then you don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, exactly. In MDI, there's like some huge skill gaps, or whatever you say, like big gaps. Because you do need to have experience. I remember my first MDI that I played. It was actually the time I came third place in global finals as well. But it took me so many weeks to just understand what the fuck is going on. Like there's mobs coming in from everywhere. I need to get aggro on all the mobs. I need to have target macros. I need to have defensive macros because I need to press multiple defenses at once, and also
Target
target kick
macros?
macros.
Why?
Huh?
Why do you need target macros?
Because there were so many mobs, so your nameplates disappeared. Like, you didn't have nameplates for all the mobs.
Oh, okay.
So you needed to have target macros. And also, if you target a mob, let's say a really good macro is if you want to pull something and you don't want to lose your target or globals as a tank, if you have like target boss, and then you had below that / cost taunt, and then below that you had the last target. So when you press that button,
yeah.
you just taunt the boss right away, and you won't even realize that you switch target for like a millisecond, but you still pull the boss, so you can keep playing and do what you do to live. Because some pulls like really hard, and it was like all of these kind of things that I need to get like experience with. So MDI is a completely different game than pushing high keys.
Yeah, that's crazy. How did you have so many free keybinds? It's the biggest issue, I guess. Did you have to buy like an extra keyboard or something?
No, I mean eventually you're being a bit creative. You have like Shift, Control, Alt, and then you have every single button on your keyboard keybinded with that, and then in different combinations, and and the mouse wheel up and down with Shift, Control, Alt as well. You find ways to find more keybinds. It's always a way.
Do you think like generally doing MDI like made you like a better player, or is it just like very specific to the MDI, or does it translate to like the rest of the game?
I think it made me a much better player to play MDI, because you learn all those smart things that will remove distraction, as I call it. Because usually, if you know a route and you know what's going on, there's no way you're gonna fail if you don't get distracted by something, right? And or if a pull is like really difficult for you, no matter if you're playing a DPS, tank, or healer, or whatever, there's always a solution to it by getting a weak aura, getting a macro, like remove brain capacity. And if once you learn to use those tools that you have available, like macros, weak auras, in a good way, you can make one really hard pull to be like a no-brainer pull, basically. With having like target macros and kick macros or whatever.
Yeah.
Or a weak aura that helps you track something that you have a hard time tracking. So,
I guess it's like a lot more effort than most people want to put in, though.
Yeah.
it's a lot of like homework work, I guess.
Yeah, it's a lot of effort, and also like going like a bit deeper into the high push key scene, for sure.
Yeah.
And also like a bit with MDI and TGP. But also it's so hard to know about this if you haven't been competing before.
Yeah.
Like if you are working from like a normal day job and then you come home and play, you're not gonna think about having target macros for taunts or kicks and then target last target and making all the weird stuff. And there's even more macros. It's like doesn't stop.
Yeah. I guess there's so much more optimizing you can do than what people realize.
Yeah, for sure.
Even there are people willing to do as well.
Yeah. But it's hard to know about it if you don't have someone telling you about it, basically.
Yeah. That's I guess like a big thing in general with the M+ high key scene, I think.
Yeah.
Like getting into the scene is very difficult, and knowing about stuff. Like, for example, I guess if there's certain safe spots or certain ways that mechanic can be dealt with that isn't like normal, then how would anyone be able to know that unless they do a lot of research or there's like somebody like a content creator that makes a video about it? That's kind of it, I guess. Also, this team, by the way, did not post a route, so we're just gonna wing it, I guess.
Yeah, looks good. But yeah, that's the one thing about it as well. Even if you look at someone's stream and they have a macro that's, let's say a target slash taunt slash target lost target macro, you're not gonna see it with the human eye what's going on. And the
Yeah.
streamer is not gonna say, oh, I used to use my target boss taunt target lost target macro. You know, it's just gonna happen
exactly.
in a blink of a second and no one will ever know.
Yeah. I guess there's a lot of this stuff going on, especially like a lot of players that have these kind of macros and that are doing these kind of optimizations. They also don't necessarily really want to talk about it unless they know it's like very common knowledge, because they also just want to keep their secrets as well, I guess. Since most of them are going to be competing either in the race first or like MDI TGP or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. There's like some things that you don't talk about with anyone outside of the team, because it's a competition after all. And
Yeah.
there's also some commands you can do to find every player online, for example, on the server. That's what you use in Tournament Realm. I don't want to spoil it, but it's one macro or command you can do to see where everyone is and what comp they play and what dungeon and stuff like that as well.
Oh,
Sometimes you're not
okay.
visible on the /who list if you're like in a different zones and stuff like that. But it's like a different special command you can do, so you see like everyone as well. And that command you don't talk about with people as well, for example.
That's
so there's a
interesting.
lot of
Okay,
these,
so
like,
just to explain to the viewer. So if you're in Tournament Realm and you're practicing for TGP or MDI, which obviously the teams that are participating, they are going to be practicing on the Tournament Realm because they can buy whatever gear and they can reset keys a million times and whatever. And since they're all on the same realm, you can see like when they're online and stuff if you just do /who, because there's not going to be a million people on the server. There's only the actual people that are participating, right? And you're saying that there's some sort of like script or a macro that kind of shows all of the people and like what they're playing and where they are if they're not visible on like /who.
Yeah, exactly. Because if they're not visible, you have to enter the same dungeon to figure out where they are and then do the /who, for example. But with this macro or script, I won't say what it is, you can stand wherever you want on the whole server and still see it. So it makes it like the effort to spy on some team on what comp they play is a lot easier. And spying on other teams is real, because that every team does that. I remember like for global finals, for example, like the NA team, they made EU accounts and they logged into Tournament Realm. And the same for us. Like I made so many NA accounts and went into NA to spy on what comps they were playing, and you know, back and forth.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And they were also making like night elf characters, and you stood stealth in Voldraken, for example, and yeah, there's a lot of like sneaky things you were doing as well. But
wait, why stealth in Voldraken? To like to have like bait characters, or
no?
Or
So
why?
basically, if you, I mean, there's not a lot of people online on those servers, right? So you know if someone is spying on you, for example. So when we took like lunch break, we made different comps and went into like some random dungeon, and then we made them think about, oh, why are they playing Paladin in this key, for example. And then you could see them also go in and try Paladin in that key and waste time with practice, and you know. So it's
this
all
is
about
actually so funny, because this goes all the way back to when the Race first was still like when it wasn't streamed. I was playing the race, and we did these very similar strategies, which makes sense, right? Like we would sometimes have people that were benched. We had them join like a random pug raid to make sure that people don't know that they're not in the comp, you know? Because if we only have the 20 people in the raid, then if another guild comes on our server, they can see that that's our comp. So we had all of the bench people make sure that they are in the pug raids at all times when we were progressing. And we also, when we logged out, we would equip different items and stuff and change our talents and change our specs to make sure people couldn't investigate what we were playing and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's the exact same thing here as well. You don't want to show people what trinkets and spec you're playing, so you always want to like go super quick in between keys or stealth, or have like a gear set equipped to change your trinkets before your Hearthstone and stuff like that, and re-enter again. And but even though you're not successful by baiting someone by playing like a weird trinket or a weird comp, just them thinking about it is like wasting time for them, right?
Yeah.
So you do everything you can in a competition to make the other team waste as much time as they can.
I love that. Has there ever been something where a team like really baited like the rest? Do you know something like that? I should.
Wasn't necessary.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think we all have baited each other with like many different things, like with trinkets or classes. I mean, it's more like a global finals thing, because when there's like a group stage, there's like a lot of people online and it gets a bit messy. But I think we all baited each other with a few things for sure. But I can't think about anything specifically right now.
Okay, that's very cool.
It is kind of funny actually, how it is.
Okay, so we didn't say anything about meta load so far, but was there anything? That was a very interesting conversation. I think people are gonna forgive us.
Yeah.
Was there anything that you saw or anything that was like interesting about like this first part of the dungeon maybe? Or maybe we can also talk about what's coming up to you and we just ignore the first part.
Yeah, sounds good. So this pull is gonna be really dangerous because the Ascari guy is buffing every single mob and gives them more haste all the time. It is soothable, but the casters are gonna have really quick casts, so you need to really pay attention if the tank is doing this kind of pull. Because the Stone Fury mobs does this cast, it's like a big AoE on the whole group, and it's gonna be super quick casted soon.
Do you think it makes more sense for me to dispel the Stone Furies?
I would say so, because they will die super quick anyways. So like just soothing them is like a safe way
Wish you had lasted a little longer.
to make the whole group live.
I soothed the guy and the cast still went through. Wow. Oh yeah, the Quake, so that's just an AoE, like an instant AoE. It's not a channel, right?
Sorry, come again? What was that?
The Quake that these stone guys cast, it's just an instant AoE when it goes through. It's not a channel, right?
Yeah, it's an instant AoE, yeah.
Okay.
So I think soothing them once each is gonna make the whole group live and in a safe way. Then you should probably soothe this guy, because his abilities also gets quicker over time. And he is also gonna deal a ton of damage on the tank as well. Because it does like
And I guess it
stacking
stacks up, right? Like that the buff that the guy does.
bleed. Yeah, it stacks up all the time as well.
Oh, I'm thinking the wrong guy. And so for this boss, like the mob that he enrages, while he's enraged, he just pulls his AoE in a group and that's it, right? It does not increase in damage the longer he's up.
No, it doesn't increase the longer it's up, but you do still want to kill him before this Quake.
Okay, yeah.
So if an ad is enraged and the boss does his Quake, you will get one shot basically.
But is it just because of double damage, or is the Quake actually doing more damage when the ad is up?
The Quake will do more damage.
Ah, okay.
I'm pretty sure it's the Quake. They're not the ad doing anything weird, but that overlap. There's gonna be like one spicy overlap happening that you need to like actually focus the ad quite a lot. I think it's the third or the fourth one that's gonna be quite spicy.
Okay.
Someone said that the ad is actually one quaking, but it's a quake anyways. You don't want to kill it before the quake happens.
Yeah.
But you don't want to keep it up for too long either, because then the tank will get sad. Because the ad does give a bleed on the tank as well.
Oh, like, just when it's up? Because it's not actually melee hitting. Oh no, it is.
Yeah,
So when it's enraged, it's hitting and not fixating anymore. Okay.
Yeah, it stops to fixate and become a normal trash mob.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I think that's it about this boss. There's nothing else to it.
There isn't like anything on like hierarchies where you, I don't know, ignore the ads. I guess you can't since the Quake is just gonna kill you.
Yeah, you can't ignore the ad. I guess if you have like super good defensives like PS the Boomy, you have immunities and stuff, you probably can like squeeze it a bit. But you can't do it for like every single ad set,
Yeah.
because it happens so often. But it's all about finding like the fine balance to optimize DPS on the boss, and you clear the ad. Because ideally you don't want to like focus the ad too much. You just want to have like cleave on it, so it dies right before the Quake.
Yeah, that makes sense. So in theory, like if you have enough damage, for example, as a Moonkin, I would want to Starfall
Yeah,
instead
I
of
think,
like Star Surging that.
Yeah, I think with the meta comp, as it's called, you Starfall like maybe like one time, but then the DK and the mage should kill it together with the tank.
Okay.
If it's not enough, then unfortunate.
Alright, so
But yeah, this part here is where people really change up the routes quite a lot.
Yeah, I
so it's always
noticed.
interesting. Yeah.
Oh, that's. I don't think I've ever seen a big pull like this in a pack before.
Yeah. I think this is fine to play.
Okay.
What is important in a pull like this is that the Alchemist does this transformation spell. That's the one you want to kick. And you can pull as many as you want when you have Silent Sigil. But the important thing is that you want to let him silence them on the actual cast, and not before or after. And the reason for that is that the Silent Sigil works as an interrupt, like an actual kick. So they want to recast after, as if you would use the beam or use roar. Then they're gonna recast after that.
Okay. So Sigil is a kick on each individual mob, actually?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's broken!
Yeah, it is really broken. So,
Wow.
and that goes for like workshop as well. You know, like the first pull with the detonates, for example.
Yeah.
I always tell my group that don't do any stop, use blast DPS and let me handle it, because what happens is that I throw a Silent Sigil, or like I sync them all with my grip and Chaos Nova, and then they all cast at the same time, and I use my Silent Sigil, then they won't recast for another like 20 seconds. And that kind of technique, or whatever you can call it, you want to use everywhere as well. So if you see a tank having like Silent Sigil ready, and there's a lot of mobs casting, if they know about it, you should just trust the tanks to kick them, basically, with the Sigil.
Okay, I didn't know that either. I thought it would be like beam, where it's just silence, basically.
Yeah. Now you have to hit them when they're actually casting it, otherwise it's just gonna silence nothing, basically.
Yeah.
And it's even
Alright,
more...
very cool.
Yeah, it's even more important now when they did nerf the Silent Sigil.
What did they nerf about it again?
They removed two more seconds of the actual silence.
Oh, okay. So not like the cooldown of the Sigil is the same, it's just the silence itself that was lowered.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. A quick question about this transmute cast. What does, like, it turns you into something, right? Like it's a polymorph, right?
Yeah, it's like a polymorph. It's a dispellable polymorph. So
And are you
one going
immune
off.
in shapeshift form? Do you know that by any chance?
Not sure. Not sure actually.
Because I guess in theory, if the druid is immune, then you would save a kick here and there, but I don't know.
Yeah. That's a good question. I would
Especially with
assume
our
that
feral moonkin comp.
it is really bad if the tanks gets it though, because if the tank
Oh,
gets
yeah.
polymorphed, you do lose all the aggro mobs until you get Dispel again.
That makes sense. So the difference in route that people are doing in this area, is it just like preference, or is there some logic to why people are doing it differently?
So why some people do it differently and pull like a bit more in this area is to skip more trash in the end.
Okay.
And that's where the big changes come in route wise, that that area is a lot easier to handle and more efficient on time to kill than the trash in the end with all the bombs and the big machines. And they're also really hard to kill because they're doing like big AV damage on the whole group, like the big machines in the very end. So you can like kind of compensate by playing more before this boss and play less in the end, which is faster, easier, and better, basically.
Okay.
And more people are getting a hinge of it as well. You see it more in packs as well now, that people start killing more trash before this boss. But it's also at the same time really hard to play like a lot of alchemist mobs, because you need to do so many stops and kicks. So it can be a bit chaotic to play as well. You need to really divide them into good like pulls, having like 4 alchemists in each pull or something like that, 4 to 5. And when they have silence sigil, you can go a bit bigger for sure.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because I do hate the trash after this boss. Like, it seems very annoying and inefficient with all the bombs.
Yeah, like you have all the bombs that makes you run perma all the time.
Deluxe, thank you so
And at
much
the
for the
same
prime. I
time,
appreciate that a lot.
you need to get a lot of heals as well, because of the big war machines doing this pulsating AoE damage. What is it, every 15 seconds, maybe?
Something like that.
Yeah. So less DPS, less healing, it's just awkward to play.
So this boss, where he spawns the big like puddles at the start, there is some logic to it, right? Or can you tell where he's gonna spawn it before?
Yeah, so if you look at the on the sides, there's some pipes. They will start glow before it actually shoots out. So you can actually look beforehand where it's gonna spawn. So yeah, just look at one side now and you're gonna see.
Shoot it straight across, I guess.
Yeah, you're straight across, yeah.
From so there's 4, 1, 2, or this one as well, I guess. 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're gonna start glow yellowish.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see. Wait, it looked like it was basically the same time as the animation of floor already started, though. Or did
You have like a tiny second before to look. But,
okay.
I don't think that's something you do wanna like pay attention to, because the tank can just move the boss towards the middle every single time, and then you can use dodge very easy to the correct position.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, initially, I just I was just scared that the pedals hit faster than they actually do.
Yeah,
I guess was the
so
issue.
you have plenty of time to dodge them. Especially if you're standing like in the middle, because almost every single time the middle is almost clear.
Yeah.
You just have to like sidestep a few yards and that's it.
Yeah. So I guess our tank died here, but we're fine.
Yeah, looks good. So yeah, you have like a lot of count right now to kill, and this is gonna take forever to kill. So you do need to. I don't know if he's playing Shadow Meld. It's not right.
He's not.
Yeah. So you have like a lot of war machines to kill.
Yeah. So the Shadow Melt would be for the skip for the last war machines, right? The double war machines at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I guess anyone can do it, you included.
I guess you
it's
just
a
have
bit
to pull them
spicy.
from far enough away.
Yeah, so you
So you don't get
pull them
hit?
far enough. Yeah, and then what is important when you're doing that kind of skip as well is that you don't walk on any bombs, because the bomb is a random fixate, and it puts
Oh.
them in combat as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's just
it's,
a proximity-based fixate on the mines.
I don't think so. If there is, it's like a really far distance.
Oh, okay. So basically, any bomb will probably be bad and put some other person in combat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How do you dodge back though? Like, let's say I'm doing the skip. I need to pull them from far away to make sure they don't hit me, but then I also need to somehow walk around them far enough for me to be able to Shadow Melt and then still dodge them afterwards, right?
I think if I were like playing in this case like a balanced druid, I would probably be in travel form. So you have like the mount speed and walk close to them like body pull, and then you will just run back because there's no way they're gonna hunt you down if you're in travel form. And then just run backwards with them until your group passed, and then you run in a circle and pass the war machines. And then
Yeah,
meld
maybe
and
that
just
works
go
in
up.
travel form, yeah. Good point.
Yeah. But yeah, if you're not skipping them, this is a really dangerous pack for sure. A lot of AoE damage coming out.
Yeah. And how do you trigger these mines? It's like, of course if you walk on top of them, but is it like the radius is a little bit bigger, right? Or is it really just on top?
Now you can. It's actually pretty close. No, so you can be like a few yards away from them and still trigger them.
Okay.
You don't have to be like literally on top. But yeah, I lost what I was gonna say.
Oh my god! Help! Okay, I'm good. Oh. They also have this like new Blizzard AI logic though, right? That they don't cast the charge shot at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of people call it for AI. They have AI. Yeah, so I actually both like it and dislike it. It's better for the general community that they're not really synced, right? But for a coordinated group, you do want some mobs to cast at the same time, actually, because that's when you can press your defenses. Same with like AoE stops for other mobs. So I think in general AI is good for most of the groups, but for like the high-end pushing groups, it's not that cool actually.
I do like obviously understand that like if you're a coordinated group, then AoE interrupts are gonna be better for you, and therefore you're a little bit nerfed, I guess, if you can't do it anymore. But I do think for like the general like skill that it requires to deal with the AI is probably like it's nicer because it solves the issue of, you know, we had this big issue where I think it was in Dragonflight where they changed the disrupt lockout from the mobs because they saw like people in the INTGP just doing lockout into AoE lockout into AoE lockout, and they didn't like that.
Yeah.
So I guess for that, it is better. Because I guess it does require a little bit more skill, even for a coordinated group, to do interrupts like that compared to just having an AoE interrupt rotation. Because until you figure the interrupt rotation out, it's hard. But then once you have it, it's just like brainless, I guess, eventually.
Yeah, I mean, essentially what it means is that you need to press more AoE stops and interrupts now than before, instead of just dealing damage, which is a bit more annoying, but it's like you said, you need to like figure out new scripts for it, and once you have it, it's still free, but it's more annoying to deal with AI than not AI.
Yeah. Why did we lust this? Is this normal?
I know some groups like to lust into mission because the Sky Scorchers deal like a ton of damage. I think it's very group dependent.
I guess maybe if you
Obviously,
just have enough time and you're not in danger of depleting, you might as well, I guess.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you have enough time, you might as well. But for time, you do want to last the boss if you're like short on time.
Yeah. Yeah, I was not happy about that bloodlust. I'm getting every missile.
It goes on range, this one. So it's only range
Okay, that
players
makes
who
sense.
get this. You can also pre-immune it. I know some mages do the invis ones to get it. I think you can shadow meld.
Oh, yeah, true. You
before.
can shadow melt it.
Yeah, but don't shadow meld it.
Yeah, you want to shadow melt it when you're away.
Yeah, what did he get the missile now? Is it the furthest target maybe? It gets the missile? I thought it was only range actually.
Maybe you can't get it twice in a row?
Maybe. But don't shadow meld once it's like in the air like this, because then it will immediately explode.
Oh. Okay, I guess I should have shadow melted it when I was not in the circle either.
No, I think you always get it, but
Oh.
I've seen some people, as soon as it gets in the air, they shadow meld, and then the whole group gets the debuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
No, I actually think you can avoid it. Like, if you're not in a circle yourself and you shadow melt, I think it just explodes on the spot where it is.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I don't have experience shadow melding that one because I'm playing tank, but maybe it's that's how it works.
And apparently you can also pre-meld it before the cast goes off, so the missile doesn't even spawn.
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess he does not recast, because otherwise that'd be dumb.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's still a lot about the loads. Like, that dungeon is just very complicated. What about the start? Like, are all of the mobs at the start just, like, very bad? Because I feel like all of the groups that I'm doing, they're just skipping as much as possible at the start.
Yeah, so the mobs at the start is very dangerous. It's a lot of kicks, a lot of stops on the, what are they called? Fan of Knives. Is it assassins? Yeah, that's how we call it. So the assassins, they have stops, and then you have the other caster mobs, like the vendor mobs. Then you have the thugs as well. So a lot of stuff going on. It's just too much to deal with, and they're not even that good count either. Like, if you look at the efficiency score, they're not like amazing. Like, the jockey is pretty good. But it's not that cool count. There's like better count to get elsewhere that doesn't require like 100 stops or kicks.
Okay, so I guess let me quickly explain the efficiency score as well, because I think a lot of people don't really know about this. Obviously, a lot of people should be knowing about MDT, but some time ago, they added this efficiency score, which basically is just a calculation between how much count they give versus how much HP they have, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So sometimes a mob is more valuable for the amount of HP they have, and therefore the score is going to be higher. The one thing that you have to consider, though, of course, still is like there might be a mob that has like a super high efficiency score, but if it's a mob that is so difficult that you have to pull it by itself and you can't do anything else, then it's still not going to be as efficient as it might seem, I guess.
Yeah. A good example is people who played when Brackenhide was in place. Was a mob called Fish Face.
Oh, Fish Face, yeah.
Yeah.
He was so efficient. No one ever played him.
I know, it was super efficient, especially efficiency score. Yeah, I know that a lot of teams for TDP were trying to play him and stuff, but his abilities were just too bad. He was just killing everyone all the time, and you couldn't play anything with him. So so even though some mobs have like really good efficiency score, they look good on paper, and then you can't combine it with anything, then it's just not worth it in the end. So what you wanna look for ideally is if you look for each pull, you can mouse over on the right side for pull 1, for example. You can see the counter you get for the whole pull. Now it says 33 count for the whole pull, which is pretty decent. But then you can compare like, oh, is this pull legit? Yeah, it is legit. You can compare it to pull 4, pull 5. Then you can see which pull is the worst, for example, and then you can optimize the route by looking at group count instead.
Oh, okay, that actually does make sense. I never even thought about it that way, that you could look at each individual pool and see, okay, which pool gives the least amount of count? How can we change this, or maybe skip this and do a pool somewhere else instead, or whatever? Yeah, I guess that's a
Yeah.
good point.
Yeah, so even though you might have like 5 mobs that is really good efficiency count, but then you have another pool which is like 20 mobs with low efficiency count, that pull might still be more worth than having the 5 mobs, right? So it's a lot about like finding the balance and the good pulls in a good way. So yeah, making routes is hard for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things that I guess most players that play the game on live servers, they never really have to think about efficiency, because they just wait until somebody figured out a route and then they just do that, or they wait for the tank to post a route. But I always was interested, 'cause I never do routes either, right? I was always interested to see, or to understand how people that do MDI or TGP, how they figure out like how efficient a route is, because it seems like it's so difficult that sometimes when you go to like an MDI weekend, there's still like huge differences in routes sometimes between teams. Even if both of the teams are like really good and experienced, sometimes a team has like a route that is like a minute faster than the other team's routes, because they have and then you think, oh, they must be doing something crazy, but it's not. Like they just have like their route, whatever they're pulling, is just more efficient. It's not flashy, it's not crazy. It's just they figured out this efficient route.
Yeah, I mean exactly. That's what it's all about. Finding a route that doesn't require you to do something like a huge play or anything. You just have like good pulls and straightforward is usually the best. And not too many kicks, not too many stops, and yeah, you just have like good pulls. And it takes time to find these. You're gonna have to try them out and see how they feel like. Can we live the damage that the mobs are dealing? And is the count worth it for this whole pull? And if it's not worth it, you're gonna find like a different pull, and it just takes a lot of time and also experience, right? Because someone who is not as experienced in high keys can see like right away that that pull is not legit, because it requires to have like 6 kicks, or you're gonna have overlaps on this. But the only way to get into it to make your own routes is just making routes.
Thank you so much for 51 months, I'll appreciate that.
And figure stuff out.
Yeah, and sometimes maybe, like on paper, as you said, it looks efficient or it looks good, and then you do it, and then I guess sometimes it's also hard to tell beforehand, as you said, if you don't have the experience, because in my mind, the first thing is like, why would a kick, just because you require a kick, why would it be less efficient? But I guess each player, no matter how good you are at the game, if you need to kick something, it's going to take it's going to take a little bit brain power away from like your whatever rotation you're doing. And as I guess also defensives as well, right? Like if people have to play very defensively because the pull that you're doing does so much incoming damage, then you're obviously going to do less damage as well, and the pull is going to die a little bit slower.
Yeah, exactly. And a good example is as well, like if you don't have the experience as well, you might make a route where you have to kick 3-4 mobs, and then you have like 3 thugs and a peacekeeper. You might not realize right away that having like a thug knock up or uppercut on you at the same time as the peacekeeper deals the the charged slam at the same time, you might die, right? Because it's like these overlaps you gotta think about also all the time when you're making routes. And at the same time, you might need to kick a mob, which makes you like, okay, well, I have like 3 things going on right now, and it's too much for my brain. And at the same time, I need to do like DPS. It's a lot of things going in to this when you're making routes, and that's also where, like we were talking about before, like having like specific macros or weak auras to help you out. So one pull without weak auras and macros might not be possible, but then you have that experience to make that pull happen anyways. Because you press one button to kick a mob that you don't have like a focus on or whatever, like a target macro, for example, or a stop. And then you have a weak aura telling you to press defensive, and yeah. I'm not vouching for weak auras because I know a lot of people hate it, all the weak aura stuff, but having some help with some good tools is good, especially when you're doing like these kind of things.
Okay, that's all very interesting. Do you have any more, I guess, things that you can think of at the moment that are like general like tips to become like a better M+ player that is maybe not super obvious? Obviously, we talked about like some optimization you can do with weak auras and macros and whatnot. And I guess we talked about like the route efficiency, but is there anything else that you can think of that a lot of players maybe don't do? Like, what could they be watching? How do they get this information from?
I always say that World of Warcraft is not like a FPS game, right? You don't need to have like a certain skill to be good in this game. All you need to have is information and do the research. And honestly, the more information you have, the better you will be, basically. And that can be information about whatever, like knowing how to like make good macros or weak auras or what the mob actually does. Pay attention to things that people do or say and learn from it, really. And also, like I always say, you have to play a lot to be good. Because you need to see things go wrong and learn from it. Understand why you died, for example. If you learn that's going to be really good.
So if you're not as privileged as I am and you cannot invite other high key pushers to your stream and ask them lots of questions and teach you the game, how would you approach getting all of this information? Like, understand, of course, you can do a lot of research that is really obvious research, right? You can obviously look at MGT, you can look at the abilities of mobs too, you can like do all of that stuff that is obvious, right? It's not very hard to figure out how to do the research there. But once you reach like that, I guess, quote unquote, ceiling of information that is easy to access, where would you go to get that extra information? Would you start watching streams and like VODs of like good players? Would you go on like Radar.io and research what players are running? Or is there like something that you would do if you would have to approach it this way?
I mean, if I were going in and I've reached the ceiling that you were talking about, that I've been looking at MDT and different sites for like rotation, what mobs does. Once you reach that ceiling, there's only like small specific things that you have left over with. Like, oh, how do you guys do this? How do they do this pull in a really high key? Because you're not gonna have questions about every single pull, right? So when you're looking for these specific small things, how to make something possible that you can't make, I would definitely ask a streamer that is doing that. I think that's the very best thing to do. Like, go into a stream that you know is doing this and just ask straight up. And they will probably tell you, because like we said before, right? Like, there's some macros that can help out that you can't research anywhere about without asking the person yourself. So I think asking someone who is making it work is most likely the best resource to have.
Yeah, that makes sense. What about, because one thing that I guess is difficult is because obviously you can see, oh, this team is doing this pull, let me ask how to do it, right? One thing that I personally think that is difficult to figure out are like things that you don't know are going to help you. Like the thing you said with the macros, for example, or certain weak auras. Like if I don't know that there's a weak aura that exists, or that is possible to make a weak aura to help you out with this, how would I know to ask about the weak aura if I don't know that it's possible, right?
That's the $1,000,000 question. That if you don't know how to ask the right questions, that's a really tough one. And I think that goes for beyond this game as well. That's like a deep question. Like, if you don't know what question to ask, how do you come up to that conclusion? And I don't think. I mean, it takes experience. Like all of these small hints, it's like you're walking up a staircase, right? You get like small hints all the time, and I think eventually you will understand that there's something else to it, and you won't find like these small things just around the corner, and then you realize, oh, I'm gonna ask about this. So I think just play the game, get more experience, honestly, and then you will realize that there's more things to come and more things to ask about. Because I don't think macros is going to be your number one on day one that you play the game to ask about. Like macros, probably after a few months, you realize, oh, there's macros in this game. What is this? So I think it's like a ladder that you can kind of climb up to, and you realize things on the way the more you play the game.
Yeah, I
otherwise,
guess.
yeah, I think it's really hard to ask the right questions if you don't know the questions beforehand. And there's no website that I know about that is telling you all of this.
Yeah, I guess like the thing with the steps you're saying makes a lot of sense, because like let's say you know weak auras exist, like, but that's like your basic knowledge of weak auras. Like I know they exist, but the more you play the game, the more experience you get, the more weak auras you're using, the more you understand what's possible with weak auras, right? And if you have an understanding, let's say like there was a previous mechanic that you had a weak aura for, if there's going to be a new mechanic that I guess is somewhat similar, you can deduce, oh, there probably is going to be a weak aura for this, right?
Yeah.
So I guess with experience just comes this knowledge to ask the correct questions, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, and that goes with like you said, also like with weak auras. Day one, you won't know how they work or anything, but after a few weeks, you realize you can change the text, and you learn how to change the text, right? And then after a few months, you understand triggers and conditions, and yeah. So the more you play, the more you use the tools that are available, the quicker you will learn and become good, I would say, or better. It's a better word.
Before
perhaps.
you know it, you end up writing Lua codes and
Exactly.
become a programmer.
Instead of playing games.
Yeah, there's some people who actually went that path, I guess.
I guess so.
The weak aura makers now. All right, well, I'm not going to keep you any longer. I think that was incredibly informative, actually, because you talked a lot more about like the super high-end stuff that is not, as I said, like super accessible knowledge, right? So I think that helped a lot of people, myself included. So thank you so much for being my backup coach today. That was very, very nice. Thank you so much.
Of course. And thank you for asking me. It was a lot of fun, actually.
And maybe we can do this again someday.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thank you very much, Naguura.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, well, that was very, very cool. Make sure y'all give Lemike a follow for his stream. Make sure we give him a shout out. Obviously, I'm call-up streaming right now, so you can see his stream, but let's give him a shout out anyway. Make sure you give him a follow. Lemike, not only is he very nice, he's also like very good at teaching, and he's very knowledgeable. And one of the coolest things, like I already immediately liked him more when at the very start of the stream, he said that he's just open to try new things and that he wants to do new stuff. I already liked him immediately when he said that, because people that shy away from new things and don't want to do anything out of their comfort zone. I can always feel like it's not that I have anything against these people, but I'm just saying that people that are generally open for stuff, I personally like that a lot. So he already immediately won me over when he said that at the start. Okay, well that was very fucking cool.
Out someone or my old team or whatever. You know.
Did we give Lemike a shout out? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Lemike is so nice. He is incredibly nice. All right. So we learned a lot about theater. Like for theater, we went through most stuff. When we did Matterload, at that point we had like drifted off our conversation a little bit about like general knowledge and didn't talk about Matterload in particular that much. So I do want to revisit Matterload. Either like I do the basics myself and go through it, or I can ask Krona tomorrow, because tomorrow Krona is going to join me for a little while. I guess I have two options now, because I'm still going to stream for like an hour or so. Let me ask you what you would do. So tomorrow Krona is going to join me, and Krona is a Bootcamp player, right? And he's like a high-end player who knows a lot about like Bootcamp stuff, and he also knows a lot about high keys. I'm not sure if Krona is pushing high keys this season, actually. Let me check that real quick. He has been pushing high keys like almost all seasons lately, but I don't know if he's playing this time. He is? Okay, perfect. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so I guess what I'm saying, or what the options are, is so I can leave the rest of Matterload that we didn't learn today for Krona tomorrow, plus Workshop, because Workshop I haven't done either yet. So either I leave both Workshop and Matterload for tomorrow, and Krona can like go through it with me, or I go through Matterload and Workshop today myself to just read the basic stuff, like the basic mechanics and stuff that I can just look up. You know, like I don't need a coach to tell me what a mop does, right? I can read that. So I could do that myself today still and go through it with you guys without a coach. And then tomorrow I could ask Krona to talk about more like high-end stuff, like more Moonkin stuff and range player stuff, and like kind of, this kind of stuff that we talked about today with Lemike at the end. I don't know, what do you guys think is more valuable? Because obviously, if I'm not really knowledgeable about a certain dungeon at all, and I have a coach there, then I'm going to ask about very basic stuff that maybe a lot of people already know. And maybe it's more interesting to talk about like higher end stuff with the coaches. I personally would love to see a Moonkin focused view on the dungeon tomorrow, but I'm biased. You know what I can do, since I do have an hour, so I'm not going to be able to do both Matterload and Workshop. In my opinion, at least, I don't think I'm going to be able to like go through all of that by myself. But I can just do one. So maybe I go through Matterload since we already started that. And then I leave Workshop for Krona tomorrow to be like kind of like a new thing. I already know a little bit about Workshop anyway because it's an old dungeon that I played previously, right? It's not that I'm completely clueless about Workshop. I obviously know a bunch of stuff. But so maybe like Workshop could be tomorrow. Like the only dungeon tomorrow that I've not gone through with any coach with Krona. And then for the rest of the time we just talk more about like range stuff and more high-end stuff that is maybe more general. Maybe we can do that. All right, yeah, let's do that. So let's go through Matterload again. And since I just did the dungeon, like it's not that I'm just going to go through some of the mechanics that I'm unsure about. And then I'm going to go through the dungeon again, like properly, playing it. And then I will explain mechanics as I go. And I'm going to do the same thing as we did earlier with Flatgate, where I explain. And if I'm missing something or I'm saying something wrong, then you guys are going to correct me, okay? And I'm talking about, like, you know, standard stuff, like standard mechanics and whatever. Because then if I'm really, like, lacking a certain thing, like if there's a certain information that I'm completely missing, then that'll be fixed. All right, so from the start of the dungeon, you always skip this, like, earlier part here. Maybe, I think it's just because of the Peacekeepers. So the Peacekeepers, they were changed quite a bit from last time. And all I know is that they do this AoE damage. I guess it's a charged shield. So strikes the primary target with an electrified shield. Electricity blasts the target, inflicting nature damage and reducing their movement speed. Subsequent attacks send out chains of lightning, inflicting nature damage up to 5 targets. Okay, so I guess this is just AoE damage in the form of like a chain lightning onto the tank. I guess technically you could also avoid this damage by the tank not getting hit, right? So if the tank immunes the hits, or if the tank somehow kites them up, then you wouldn't get hits, or the group wouldn't take AoE damage, right? Which is a little bit of a nuance to this. So I guess if the group is like really low HP, the tank could leap away and not get meleeed, right? Because then you would avoid the AoE damage here, which I guess is like a nice thing to know if you're a tank. Then tear gas, I think these are just like the big puddles on the ground, right? Oh, and then there's the engineers that will activate the Peacekeepers that are deactivated, right? The jockeys? No. The jockeys. Yeah, there, activate mech. Attempts to activate a nearby mechanized Peacekeeper. So this is like one of the most important abilities to disrupt, I guess, when this mob is casting it, because obviously you will spawn a whole Peacekeeper if he does it. And I guess they also walk to them as well. Like they walk to these deactivated mobs. And then the guy also has a grease gun. Okay, this is just like a shot at the main target. Okay. Then we have these laborers here who do nothing. They just hit a tank. And then the vendors are the guys with the spritzer, right? And that's now a stun. Okay. I don't think this used to be a stun in the past. I think they changed this. And it's now dispellable too. So it's a interrupt and a dispel. So you have like 2 ways of like stopping this. And then we have the assassins and the thugs. So the assassins only do the Fan of Knives and the Toxic Blade. So the Fan of Knives is just an AoE channel that needs to be interrupted. It does physical damage. And they have a cast once in a while that is called Toxic Blades. Like they're basically rogues and they apply poison to their weapons. And if you disrupt it, nothing happens. If you let it go through, then they will have a buff on them that whenever they do Fan of Knives, that each hit of the fan will apply a debuff, a poison that stacks up. Same as like a normal rogue, I guess. So if the Toxic Blades ever go through, it's even more important to interrupt the Fan of Knives to make sure the Toxic Blades don't stack up. But you want to interrupt the Fan of Knives anyway, so. Then you have the thugs. And they have this like weird new charge, right? So you have inhaled vapors, takes a whiff of a potent asteroid-based stimulant, increasing melee attack speed and movement speed by 50%. Also, this is the enrage they have. That is soothable. So what does it do? Oh, it makes them faster, and then it makes them attack quicker. And then there's this uppercut. Charges the target player and unleashes a devastating uppercut, inflicting physical damage and knocking all enemies within 4 yards impacting the air. Okay, so this is just this charge. So it charges at you and knocks you in the air. And it's not avoidable. I think it's not line of sightable. Okay, that's it about these mobs here. And there's nothing else. Then I didn't understand this boss fully either. I mean, I know that he has Static Pulse, which is the AoE that does a lot of damage that you want to use your defenses for. Then he has the Frontal that you want to dodge. And then he has the bombs that increase the damage done if you throw them into the boss. One thing, like the coin magnet, that I didn't fully understand. So So he does it at 100 energy. The Pummeler activates a powerful magnet, drawing in all pile of gold within 15 yards, gaining a stack of pay to win. Oh, so this does not do anything to players, I guess. Yeah, that's what I wasn't sure about. Because it sucks in the coins, but if you get... Because you also get sucked in as a player, but it doesn't do anything. Yeah, if he sucks a coin, yeah, but not like the players don't like it doesn't do anything to the player. Okay. Yeah, and obviously if he sucks in magnets, then he gets a damage buff, right? Pay to win. Rebel the Pebble, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. Thank you very much. Pay to win. Damage increase. Okay, so every coin that he absorbs is 13% damage increase. It stacks up. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Good. Okay, next. So we have the Extractor who does the AoE. The machine begins to rapidly extract asteroid, inflicting physical damage to all players and causes asteroid eruptions. So it does the AoE and pedals on the ground. The machine begins to rapidly extract asteroid, inflicting physical damage to all players, causes... Okay, that's the same thing. The hell? So what's the difference between asteroid eruption and rapid extraction? It's the same ability. I don't know. And then puncture. Okay, that's a tank thing. So this mob only does AoE, I guess. And it's not disruptible, right? Okay, and then here you have the rats that do nothing. The sappers cast some... No, the earth shapers cast something. And at the rock lance. Blast a player with a magical stone lance, inflicting nature damage. And, oh, so the stone lance actually does quite a lot of damage, right? And it leaves the dot behind, so it should be interrupted. And Earth Shock, this is just an instant cast on a tank? I think. But it's interruptible. Then the Sappers, I think, do nothing. Oh, they put, like, the dodge, which is... Oh, and they explode when they die, yeah. Alright. Okay, then we have the Shale Biters, which I don't think... Oh, the spits a glob of acid and an enemy inflicted. So they have a Singletory Nuke. And then the Stone Furies do the Quake. That one is just an AoE damage that needs to be interrupted. And the Barrier, which is a Shield of Earth and Magic, absorbing million damage taken and preventing the cast of spells from me. Oh, it's an interrupt prevention as well, the shield. Okay, I didn't know that, but it's... So the shield is both interruptible and purgeable. Okay, and then you have the mini-boss here, who charges a random person once in a while. And then there's the AoE there. And then it does this over time. Caster lets out powerful roar steadily, encouraging nearby allies to work at it more, blah, blah, blah. 30% more haste. So I guess as I talked about with Mike, it would make more sense for me to soothe a Stone Fury rather than like another mob. Because the Stone Furies have the AoE Quake that needs to be interrupted. And I guess second priority maybe like the Earthshapers or the boss itself. Then the boss be understood. Then these mobs, I don't fucking know what they're doing. So we have a Tester. A vibrating asteroid blade generates an intense sound wave, inflicting sonic damage. I can up to 3 players within 10 yards. I don't know what that ability... I feel like I need to watch a VOD to see what these abilities look like. about like Moonkin stuff, and he also knows. So I could like that's a dispellable debuff, but on players or just in a tank or. Also, this guy is like stacking up a buff or something. Oh, there's Echo Blade. What the hell was that? He's casting it on mobs? Oh no, it says Echo Blade Amarth. It's a tank thing. It's an undodgeable, undisruptible 3-player damage. That's interesting. Why does it say dispellable here then? Maybe it used to work differently in the past then, and it was just not updated. Fires a blast of energy from an experimental asteroid cannon, inflicting 1 million K damage and knocking back all enemies in front of the caster. Force cannon. Did I actually cast that? I only see Echo Blade. What, that was casted on me? Oh, so the purple arrow is Echo Blade. Ah, okay. So the purple arrow is the Echo Blade from the tester. It just does damage. This other ability, he doesn't cast it. I don't see it. That's a fake ability. This other ability is fake. Force cannon, this is fake. 2.4 second cast. This doesn't exist. This is a fake ability. Alright, then we have the Alchemist. So the Alchemist casts Transmute enemy to goo. Transmutes an enemy into a pile of goo, confusing them for 10 seconds. And that's like the dangerous thing. I still don't know if you're immune if you're shapeshifted. Then we have Caustic Compound. Throws a flask of Caustic Compound at an enemy, inflicting nature damage immediately and nature damage every 2 seconds. Oh, this is the poison thing. Okay, so this is a poison thing that is not super dangerous. So the Alchemist casts that. It's a poison thing. You can, like, dispel it. It looks like they're not casting it either. It looks like it's just instant. Because an MDT says it's interruptible, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like it just happens. Yeah, it looks like you just get it. The only cast I see so far is the Transmute. Yeah, they just keep casting Transmute. The other thing doesn't seem to be like an interruptible thing. Okay. So what else did we miss here? The Tester's Echo Blade, Alchemist is Transmute, and Poison debuff. And then there's still the Masterminds. The Masterminds. Okay, they cast this Mind Lash. Lashes at the target player with psychic energy, inflicting okay damage every 1 second. Caster unleashes its amazing brain power in a psychic storm, inflicting K damage to all players and manifesting a psychic tempest at each player's location, inflicting K damage to any player hit in Sunshine Forever. I think this is the guy that like has a line to players and then it spawns an asteroid on the location, right? Like an asteroid whirlwind or something. Mind Lash, there we go. Oh, brainstorm. So I'm not sure what the brainstorm does, because the mind lash targets people, right? But what's the brainstorm? Oh, so the brainstorm is the tornado and mind lash is the damage. Thanks for 20 months, Velciara. Thank you so much. Okay. I get it now. So what's the buff these guys all have? What are these buffs? You see this? The debuffs or buffs or whatever. Who's applying that? The rats or something? Increases physical damage inflicted by 20% for every 2 seconds in combat. Increases physical damage inflicted by 20% for every... Maybe that's what I saw? But it wasn't just on the rats. There was other things as well. I think there's... I'm definitely missing something. Because if you look at this... If you look at this mob here, this test subject, which is a rat, has like 2 different debuffs. One is up to 4. Oh, one is the buff and one is just the ability that they have it, I guess, which is not confusing at all. I think. Yeah, so I think like this is just like a permanent buff they have, and the longer they're in combat, this one stacks up. Yeah, so this just means that they have the ability to get the stack, and this is the actual stack. Because we need 2 debuffs for this, apparently. Okay, I think that's how it works. Hey, Corona, what's up? You ready for your coaching session tomorrow? The other coaches I had so far did a really good job, so the pressure is on. If everything fails, we can just talk about Moonkin stuff, and no one will understand what we're saying. Who else? Hey, Dorky. Well, technically, Grant was supposed to join me today, but he forgot to sleep. So, yeah. so I had to find a backup coach, and Lemike joined in. It happens. Sometimes you just forget to sleep. How do you forget to sleep? I don't know, like, I guess he just, you know, the time zone thing. Maybe he just thought I'm going to be on for longer. But I had to leave at 6 today. He's in a mage brain. But yeah, so Krona is joining me tomorrow, and then I don't have any other plans for this week anymore because I'm doing 2 real life streams on Thursday and Friday. So Krona is the last coach to join me tomorrow, at least for this week, at least from what I have planned. And then we can do some stuff next week again after the first TGP. I think it will free up some coaches as well because there's some people that are busy this week because they do TGP this weekend. And then maybe some of the coaches or some of the people that participate can actually talk to me next week, which would be really cool because then we can maybe get some like insider info that they don't have to save for like globals or whatnot. Yeah, MDI. I'm not going to call it MDI because it's TGP. I'm sorry. I will call it MDI on the broadcast, but... Anyway, Let's read the rest of this. So with the war machines, right? The war machines do the AoE thing, and then they spawn the mines. And then we have the specialists. Oh, they just do the dodge. Okay, so that's it. I think we know it all now. Okay, let's do Motherlode again. And I'm gonna explain things as I go, and then you tell me... Wait, do I have the time? Yeah. And then you tell me if I'm wrong or not. There's a warlock in this group. Oh, I guess they don't have blast. Wait. Yeah, they don't. Dude, for a second I thought... For a second I was thinking, wait, does warlock have last? That's how long... that's how washed up I am, guys. I do think warlock deserves last, though. Like, they're lacking quite a bit of utility. I think they should get bloodlust. And druids, too. Druids and warlocks. I'm sorry. Give everyone last. I mean, honestly, true. The amount of times I've advocated for class buffs to be gone in Mythic Plus, like in particular. I've given up at this point, though. Whatever, dudes. Whatever. Apparently, it's very important to have class buffs in M+. It adds so much to our enjoyment. I think they're just incredibly worried that we would stack one class if we wouldn't have class buffs in M+. I think they would be worried that we just play 3 mages every key. Maybe true. I don't think so. Like, utility is still very much important, yeah. I think a lot of people like underestimate how important utility can be. And if you bring the same class 3 times, then you're inevitably going to be lacking some utility that, you know, one class is not going to provide everything, yeah. Mages have all utility? Well, not really. They do have a lot, though. That is true. They do have a decent amount. More than most classes. What was this again, Motherlode? Triple Outlaw? Well, then I don't have an AoE disrupt or interrupt or anything. I know that you used to play it, but that was when single target control was incredibly important. I don't honestly recall why exactly. I think mobs just maybe had more single target like interrupts that were required, or maybe we just generally had less AoE disrupts. So you needed single target interrupts. Maybe that was it. Yeah, when Rogue was so broken, it was all about single target control. Nowadays, we don't really care about single target control as much because we just have so much AoE interrupts. Also, Blade Flare was broken for the... Yeah, I mean, they generally just did a lot of damage, yeah. I remember that they were just so broken for explosive. They were just broken for everything, but for explosive in particular, they could just target... They could kill the explosives without, like, losing any damage to pack, because they would just, like, cleave off of it somehow. I don't know. I know how Rogue works. Alright, Corona is good for 4 p.m. tomorrow, so our coach is not gonna forget to sleep. Perfect. Alright, let's see what this route is all about.
5, 4, 3.
Oh, we're
2,
skipping the last 2 maps,
1.
okay. Alright guys, so the way we're gonna do this now is I'm gonna explain what I learned, and you guys tell me if there's something that I have wrong, or if there's something that I'm missing, or whatever, okay? Okay, so first, what we're pulling is Peacekeepers, Assassins, and Spritzers, which are vendors. So the vendor needs to be interrupted, because otherwise it disorients people and does a lot of damage. And then you also need to interrupt the Assassin's Fan of Knives, because he will do damage while it's channeling, and it also applies the poison if you don't interrupt the poison attachment, which we didn't interrupt actually. So the... Oh, and then the jockey activate mech needs to be interrupted, of course, too. And the laborers just do nothing. Why do laborers green on Mirrors' color thingy? Sometimes, because I'm using Mirrors' color scheme for nameplates, because he gave it to me yesterday, and then now sometimes mobs are colored a certain way, and I'm not sure why. Like, I feel like they do something special, but then they don't. Like, because the laborers don't do anything, right? Why are they green then? Oh, I guess we could have talked about the skip a little bit here, because it requires some jumping, and I don't know how it works. Oh, I did it. Okay. So I think you have to jump a little bit to the right of the... Like, there's like this looks like thing, this plate. And you have to jump, like, to the right of it. And then you have to jump right again once you're there. Yeah. I'm sorry, Ed. You want me to pull a Peacekeeper? Like... What do you want me to do? Oh, wait, we're skipping. Okay, okay. My bad, my bad. I'm not in comment. I'm all good. You scared me, okay? You pinged me. I thought it's very important that I attack these mobs.
Venture Company thanks you for your patronage. Please enjoy your purchase of the elite pummeling.
Oh, we're doing trash even. Oh my god, what is this? What is this route? This is super advanced. Oh god. Even before there's like the most standard route, and I don't know what the fuck is going on. Okay. We're so back, guys. We're so back. Nothing happened. So we lost at this pull. I remember, like, sometimes this driller dude would, like, kill people because the tanks forgot that he jumps out of the extractor. Dude, it was very interesting to hear that that Stampeding Roar saves so much time in a key. I mean, I obviously knew that Stampeding Roar is valuable, but I didn't know that it saves as much time as he said it does. That's kind of crazy. Okay, to my defense, the guy posted a route and then we pulled 10 seconds later, yeah? I do feel like a lot of tanks are doing that. Which, I mean, I guess it makes sense. You don't want to like sit there and wait for half an hour until people look at the route, right? But especially because people don't look at the route anyway. So you can wait 10 minutes and people are still not going to know what the route is going to be, so... I guess most tanks are just conditioned to people not looking at their route. About 3K, you don't play the game anymore, you just are in Q Simulator? Kind of. How are we doing? Got a few questions. I'm good. Was that one of your questions? What are the questions? Really? All the packs you do, they want to discuss the route? Seriously? I do sometimes see it, that people discuss the route. Mainly just because if they think it's bad. Mainly it's just the tank posting a route and someone being like, why do we do this? Why don't you just do it this way? Scully, thank you so much for 3 months. What's up? How you doing? Or the best people are the people that question the route, but then they don't offer an alternative. That happens too sometimes, where it's like, this route sucks, but then they don't have a better one. Stricken! Happy belated birthday, by the way! Hope you had a nice birthday last week. Wow, this one shale fighter didn't pull. That's interesting. Oh. Did we pull a shark somehow? It looked like it. Why's the red blue? Thank you so much for giving yourself to Stricken. Thank you so much, Anonymous. It's so nice of you. Guys! Sorry, I know I'm supposed to like explain what the mobs are doing, but quick interruption. I recently found I recently turned into like a gardenologist. I am now a gardener. I am planting tomatoes and a bunch of other stuff. in my new garden. But anyway, so some time ago, I was on like a super short holiday, and that area that I was in, they had like some sort of like machine with like, you know these machines where you put in like a coin and you turn and then a ball rolls out and usually it's like a toy in it or something? Or if you're like in some weird place then it might be condoms or sex toys or whatever. But in this place it was palm tree seeds. So there's like one like ball that had 3 palm tree seeds in it. Why did I die?
Survive.
Fuck. Anyway, so I got these 3 seeds and I looked up how you're supposed to like plant them or whatnot. So I ended up planting them and I looked up that the chance of them like sprouting is like very low. Well, it's not very low, but like the chance, like it's possible that they just don't sprout at all. So anyway, so I ended up planting it and I was like, okay, nothing's gonna happen. And then this is literally like 2 months ago. And I thought they're just dead. But it turned out that 2 of the 3 seeds actually sprouted. And now I have 2 palm tree sproutlings, seeds, whatever, plants. I don't know. I repotted them today into like a different pots. And now I'm gonna have a palm tree in 50 years. They grow really slowly. So I don't think, I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. But yeah, that's cool. So anyway, I'm gonna focus on the key again. I'm sorry. Quick distraction of my palm tree. Alright, so now that we're in this Azrock guy, what I learned today is that, so one of the guys is gonna enrage, right? One of the Earth Ragers. And then he pulls his AoE while it's enraged. But you don't actually have to kill it like super fast. I mean, you obviously want to kill it, but there's like one ability that is like the cut off basically, and it's the quake that the boss casts. So I guess from now on, instead of like fully focusing the Earth Rager, which I always used to do, I guess I just want to Starfall and look at the quake, because the quake, like you just look at the timer, and then as long as it dies before it, you're gonna be fine. And it's more damage. Like you should be more damage efficient, I guess. Like either I just Starfall and hit the boss, or maybe even just don't Starfall at all, if you have enough cleave. See, now I can just Starfall, I guess, and we just cleave this guy. Okay, this guy doesn't seem to be dying, so I'm gonna switch. But we have Lust now, so it's gonna die for sure. Okay, it's definitely dying. And other than that, this boss doesn't really do anything. Other than the obvious things, I guess. Whether we get to check for kill speed for add damage with the deadline. Ooh, that's super sick, Nagi. Ooh, we need to get that Naguura after this dungeon. Yeah, that's super nice. Would you ever be down to join a coaching session, Nagi? I'm sure you have a lot of things to say and share that are very... Sorry, I put you in the spot now. You can answer in DMs. If you want to let me down, you don't have to. You don't have to do it. It's true. Oh, I'm dead! Oh my god, I didn't have wild charge. Oh, my heart. Okay, we're gonna have to kill this guy. think we could have killed a boss. But since people switched, I guess we had to kill that. I mean, we almost skipped the Quake even with killing that. Dot dot dot. Lots of things to say about boomers. Whoa. Getting up peer pressures. It was even worse earlier when I asked Lemike. Like, Lemike probably didn't even want to join, but I asked him live as he was streaming in chat, so... This is how I get all of my coaches to join. I just ask them while they're streaming. How could they possibly say no then? But that's awesome. Yeah, we can because I don't really have time anymore for this week, but we can definitely figure something out next week maybe, or the week after. That'd be really cool. Whoa, what happened?
Only
Oh, our tank got disoriented. That's what happened. Yep, that will do it. That'll do it. But we're still alive? That was a lot of alchemists. But I mean, maybe we could have been fine if we we used to see that properly. If maybe I needed to beam at that point. You're getting yelled at if you're Starfire in that boss with 2 ads up. Star Search Enraged always. No, I don't think so. I mean, if you're getting yelled at, like, you shouldn't. Nobody should be yelling at you for. Need to pry there. Well, maybe you should just talk to your healer beforehand, or like talk to your group about it, because if your healer is fine with healing the ads damage, then you can just be more efficient on the boss. Because obviously you're gonna kill a boss quicker if you're cleaving the ad rather than fully focusing it. Why are you XDing? Like, that's just what people told me, yeah? I just, like, Lemike just told me this, and Noggy is saying the same thing. So I'm talking to, like, high key pushers that are saying that, right? I don't know. Like, if you've always played in groups where you have to focus the ad and people are going to yell at you otherwise, then sure. But there might actually just be healers that are fine with that, right? But yeah, obviously make sure that you ask your healer if it's fine. Because if your healer is like super struggling and they can't heal the ads pulsing AoE, then obviously you want to focus it. No reason to like risk wiping if the timer is going to be fine enough anyway. Oh, there we go. Okay, I got Noggy's Weaker. Astrak kill timer. Nice. Thank you very much. Very cool. Okay, there's the Weaker. I don't think it's overlapping with Mirror's Weaker S. No. Perfect. Very good, very good. Do you prefer pugging, or do you just don't want to set a schedule with a team? I just don't want to set a schedule with a team. Also, I don't know, like, I'm not like super motivated to do like super high keys. Like, I obviously like doing high keys, but I'm not super motivated to do like super high end keys where every key that you do is like super difficult and you have to like fully focus on what you're doing and stuff, you know? Like, I'd rather just chill a bit. And if you have a group that you play with, you kind of need to like focus and play the game properly. You can't just like chill a bit. Because I kind of, sometimes when I play, I just want to, you know, like chill and I want to talk about stuff with my chat and I want to just kind of like, you know, hang out a little. And obviously that's, like if you're pugging, that's fine. But if you play with like with a group where you do like super high keys in, then that's not going to be fun anymore, right? Then you actually need to like be in voice chat and make sure you're focusing on what's the fuck's going on and listen to calls and interrupts and whatever. You need to discuss the route for 45 minutes before you put in the key. That as well. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of like to just like chill most of the time. Is there any reward for going beyond 3K? No. Just rank 1 title. What's a high key to you? I mean, when I say high keys, then I mean like the highest keys that are done by people. Like when like that's what I mean. Like high keys that I can do while chilling are like maybe like 2 or 3 levels below the highest keys, right? Depending on the season. So if the current highest keys that are being done are like 19s and 20s or whatnot, then the keys that I kind of like want to puck and chill in are going to be like 2 or 3 levels below that. And then the keys that are actually the high keys where I have to focus, where I would have a team, that would be the highest keys. Like that would be like 19s or 20s or whatever. Right? Or maybe we're like 1 key level below that because I'm not gonna be in the rank 1 group in the world, right? But maybe like a level below it. Aww. Major's dog is the cutest. Or dogs. Happens quicker than anything. I packed no voice flood yesterday and we got fast as you. Wait, actually? Wait, that's sick. Wait, that is actually so cool. How did that happen? I remember, like, I think, because I've been pugging for years now. Like, I have really had a group for a long time. And I remember we did one dungeon. Like, this is a while ago. I don't even remember which season. But we did a dungeon, like, super fast. And I didn't know it. Like, I didn't know that we had the fastest run in the world until, like, I was casting TGP or MDI. And they showed it. Like, they had the comparison up. You know? There was, like, the fastest run is actually this one. And then it was, like, me. I was like, oh. I had no fucking clue. So 19 is, like, a high key, but 18 is, like, chill. I mean, 18 wouldn't be chill for me right now. Like, you have to understand that I literally am completely clueless about some of the abilities that the mobs do in dungeons or the bosses. Like, so, okay, actually, let me explain this. This is very interesting because when I uploaded a lot of these coaching sessions, or when I uploaded the first coaching session on YouTube, a lot of people either were like mad about it in the comments or they thought that I'm lying about my knowledge of dungeons. So a lot of people thought that I am just pretending to not know certain things. And other people thought that I am just getting that I got carried to this score that I have right now. What was the sound just now? What happened? I just got like a sub sound, but nothing happened. Maybe it's lagging behind. Anyway. So a lot of people were like either saying, oh, you just got carried to the score then if you don't know like basic mechanics. And other people said, oh, so you're just lying about your lack of knowledge or whatever, right? And I guess a lot of people don't understand that if you've been playing this game for as long as I have, and you're playing a ranged DPS that has a 1 minute cooldown on interrupt, then you don't actually need to know a lot of things to get the score that I have. Yeah. Like if you have a certain understanding of the game and your like ability to play the game is at a certain level, then you can do 15 keys without actually knowing most things, in fact. Like it sounds wrong, but it's true. Like, because like you kind of just assume what an ability does by just looking and remembering what you know about the game, right? I see a paddle on the ground. Oh, I walk out of it. You know, like it's not rocket science. I see a spell that has a really long cast time. It's probably a bad spell when it goes off, right? And then there's like some other things that are pretty obvious. You know, something looks like a group soak or something looks like if the mob all of a sudden turns to you, probably it's like a dodge or something. If there's a line on the ground and like the first thing that you do, right? Like let's say there's a line mechanic that targets you. Let's say the first thing you do is like move to see if it follows you or not, right? Sometimes a line spawns on you and then you just go out of it and it's done. Sometimes a line spawns on you, but it follows you. Like, so that means you're targeted. And then you try a few things and you figure it out, right? Like it's kind of just comes with experience, I guess. And then it also depends on the role that you're playing. Because if you're a tank, you cannot get away with this, right? If I was a tank, I would not be able to get the score that I have without having any knowledge about the dungeons. Like, it's certainly like a ranged player privilege. Because a ranged player, first of all, like I think a ranged player has the easiest time out of all roles when it comes to like the amount of knowledge that you need. Because first of all, as a ranged, you have a lot more overview of the fight. Because you're far away, you see everything that is happening away from you, right? Which gives you like a better idea of animations and whatnot, so it's easy for you to see what you have to dodge, what doesn't matter to you, blah, 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 right? So as a ranged player, you have a better overview. And then as a ranged player, you usually also don't care about like frontal cleaves that are harder to see. Because a frontal cleave is usually the hardest ability to see that you have to dodge versus something that hits a ranged player. Because what hits me as a ranged are usually pretty obviously telegraphed. Right? Like either it's like a big cone or it's a circle on the ground or it's, you know, like most things are really like telegraphed. Well, a melee cleave is not as telegraphed. They're much harder to see. But since I'm standing on ranged, the amount of times I actually have to care about a cleave is not very often. Then I don't have to care about incoming damage as much. Of course, I need to survive incoming damage, right? But I'm not a healer, so I don't have to prepare for incoming damage. I can kind of react to it as a ranged, right? Because I see my HP rapidly dropping, I go bear form, or I press health pots, or I press bark skin, you know? Like obviously there's some abilities that one-shot you if you don't go bear beforehand, which is kind of something that you have to know. But you die to it once, the next time you understand, okay, I have to bear from this, right? And then the last thing that is easier, in particular because I'm a moonkin, is interrupts, right? Because you could argue that ranged players need to still know what abilities do because they have to interrupt them. But me as a moonkin, it doesn't apply. I don't actually have to interrupt any important spells because if there's a spell that needs to be interrupted every like 10 seconds or every 20 seconds, then I will never be the responsible person to interrupt that. Because I cannot. I have a 1 minute cooldown, right? The only thing that I need to interrupt with my solar beam is when a lot of mobs are casting at the same time, which is, at that point, I don't actually need to know what the abilities do, right? I just see a lot of mobs casting, I press solar beam. Like, it's not that hard, right? I don't even have to hit the correct guy. Like, I target a random guy and I press solar beam and all of the mobs are silenced. So, like, So yeah, that's it. So yeah, the amount of knowledge that I need as a ranged Moonkin to be able to get high-ish score is really not that much. If you're a healer, if you're a tank, it's obviously going to be very different. Moonkin POV, honestly true, yeah. Moonkin POV is really like that. Yeah, you just need eyes. Now, obviously, there's a ceiling, though, on how high I can go without this knowledge, right? Because people are at some point not going to take me anymore and going to kick me if I don't know a lot of this stuff. And I think that's the point that I have reached right now. Like, if I want to go higher than, like, 16s, if I want to do 17s, 18s, and higher, then I will need a lot more knowledge than what I had up until this point. Because if I don't... Because at this key level... your groups need to be a lot more coordinated with stuff, and things are gonna like wipe you much quicker. So if there's, and things are also gonna one-shot you faster, right? So if you lack the knowledge of a lot of like abilities, then on a 17 or higher, at some point, you're not gonna be able to do the dungeon anymore. Like at some point, you do have to play the abilities actually like really properly without you just winging it, because otherwise you're gonna be kind of fucked. And not to mention the fact that sometimes you just have to like I guess rescue a pull that is only really possible with knowledge. Like these kind of like clutch moments, which almost never happen in World of Warcraft, but sometimes it does happen where, I don't know, like let's say the tank dies and you have to start cutting or doing some, like basically you're doing something that is not planned. If anything happens that isn't like planned, then the more knowledge you have about the dungeon, the more likely it is that you can rescue the pool somehow, right? If you're super knowledgeable about a mob, then when a tank dies and all of a sudden the tank abilities are on another guy, if you know what the tank mechanics are, then the chance of you surviving it or being able to handle it better is obviously much higher than if you don't know any tank mechanics whatsoever, right? Same goes with healer mechanics, right? If your healer dies and you don't know anything about like the debuffs and about the incoming damage, then you're very likely not going to be able to rescue it. But if you know, oh, these mobs do a magic debuff that usually the healer dispels, and it ticks for like super high damage, or it explodes at the end, or whatever, you know, then you know, okay, the healer can't dispel it because they're dead, so I have to use my immunity at the end when it explodes, or I have to use a big defensive to maybe survive the ticks, or you know what I mean? Like that, knowing everything about the dungeon and not just like the things that concern you are going to be very beneficial to rescue keys at some point in higher levels. Yeah, those are like the best moments, right? Yeah. Those are the best moments when something goes wrong in a key and your knowledge and reaction can like actually save a pull. Instead of you just dying, it's like, oh, I didn't know the tank mechanic does that. It's like, yeah, okay. I understand you don't need to know that, but for this particular moment, it would have been helpful if you did know it, right? All right, anyway, guys, I'm going to have to leave because I still need to set up some stuff for the real life project that I've planned for Thursday and Friday. So tomorrow, I'm going to do another WoW stream where Krona is going to join me for some more and plus bootcamp. Dude, I'm on track to learn all of these dungeons properly until Friday. Dude, I'm going to show up on this TGP and I'm going to be so knowledgeable, right? And all of the other casters are going to be like, what the fuck, Naguura? How do you know all of that? This is actually such an easy hack, guys. If you don't know what dungeons do, just ask a bunch of high key pushers to explain everything to you guys. It's that simple. Oh, why doesn't everyone do this? Oh, unbelievable. Well, yeah, guys. I will also do a really cool real life stream project Thursday to Friday. So basically, we're going to cycle to a really nice lake in South Tyrol. And I'm going to real life stream it. So we're going to cycle there to the lake. I think it's like 70 kilometers, between 60 and 70 kilometers that we are cycling. And then I'm gonna sleep there. I'm gonna stay there. And then the next day I'm gonna cycle back for the MDI actually. Because on Friday there's the MDI. So I'm cycling there on Thursday. I'm gonna sleep there, and then I'm gonna cycle back in time for TGP, which I hope I'll make it. I'm gonna have to cycle fast, but I believe I can do it. And I'm also gonna be on Twitch front page on Thursday for the cycling stream, so that should be fun. And yeah, tomorrow I'm doing the next coaching and plus bootcamp stream with Krona. That's gonna be pretty cool as well, so don't miss that. Krona's gonna join me at 4 p.m. approximately, but I will be streaming earlier than that. So I'll see you at around noon or so, okay? But yeah, I have to leave because I have to set up some stuff still for the Thursday stream, for like the cycling stream. And I also have to set up my home PC for casting. I have to make sure that I can cast from home on Friday. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, for hanging out. I appreciate you as always. Remember to follow my stream if you haven't yet, for more and plus content, and also more real life stream content, of course. Make sure you check out my YouTube channel. I'm posting these coaching videos on the channel. I already posted the one with Taddles, in case you missed that one. That happened like 2 weeks ago or so. So definitely check out the YouTube videos. I'm kind of making the YouTube videos in somewhat of a podcasty way as well. So, because they're long videos, right? These are like long coaching sessions. So if you guys want to learn something about M+, kind of like while you're working or while you're like doing other things, then I think those YouTube videos are nice for you to watch that, and you can learn something while it's, you know, running in the background. So definitely check that out and give my YouTube channel a sub so you can see whenever I'm posting these new coaching videos. I'm going to try to upload them all, but like stagger them a little bit, because obviously we need to edit them, and we need to not post them all like at the same time. So definitely check that out, and also my TikTok, my Instagram and stuff. You can join my Discord as well if you want. I'm posting my plans on streaming and stuff on my Discord channel, and also my Instagram chat channel thingy. So if you want to know when the coaching sessions are coming up on stream and when I'm doing real life streams and whatnot, like my schedule a little bit, then definitely follow the channel and my Discord. All right, let's host somebody. Is Lemike still streaming? He's been streaming forever. I don't know if he's still on. He is still streaming. Damn. All right, that's sick. Then we're definitely gonna host Lemike, of course, for being an amazing coach. All right, so let's host Lemike. He's getting ready to do a 17. Nice. All right, then. He's been streaming for 11 hours already. What a beast. All right. Yeah, that was really cool today with Lemike. It was also really cool to get some insight about like his MDI experience and stuff a lot more. I do think that it would be cool to have somebody, man, maybe I should do stuff like this more often. Like, it's actually so cool to, like, I obviously know all of these people. And I've been casting TGP and MDI forever, and the racial first and whatnot. But I never really I never really asked these people all of the questions that I have about these things, because I do have a lot of questions about like how they prepare for the MDI and how like the high end stuff like really works. Because obviously I've been doing high end stuff, but that's so long ago. Things are completely different now. Like all of the optimizations they're doing, I haven't even done, like not even close to that, right? So it's really interesting to hear like all the kind of things they're doing nowadays with, you know, all of these macros that are in the weakers and the way they're figuring out how efficient certain routes are. And I guess I could do the same about like racewell first too. Maybe I have to invite people more often to my stream to just talk. I'm not sure how I'm going to convince people to join my stream to just talk, but maybe I have to start a podcast as well. Everyone and their